How's everyone doing? We do have a lot to get through today. It's been a pretty eventful 2 weeks in the pop girly world, but I did want to start with a little bit of a celebration. I don't know if everyone caught wind of this. Maybe some of you have. I don't know exactly. I saw this I saw it sometime yesterday, I think, or maybe like the night before. I don't know exactly when it happened, but I think people started to notice that it had happened sometime in the last 2 days. So fun little announcement here. Amber Heard has unfollowed Eve Barlow. Yay! And I think also, well, we don't know exactly what happened. Neither of them are following each other anymore. So it could be that they both unfollowed, or there was some sort of blocking situation. Because if one of them blocked the other, that they would no longer be following each other. But I was pretty excited about that. I felt it had the same vibe for me as this from The View.
I'm telling you, it is Wednesday, November 8th. It's the day after, and I just want to say I never expected anything like this. I'm over the moon excited.
We are.
How about you? How about you, Essie?
Shocked. Just
Shocked.
totally shocked.
Yes.
Never in a million years did I think this would happen.
Yeah. How do you feel, Elizabeth?
I am both shocked and devastated.
Yes, I know, but it's the biggest news in the country, ladies and gentlemen. Britney Spears is leaving K-Fed! of a happy America. Welcome back, Britney. We love you.
Now, that clip is maybe like a little problematic in terms of treating Britney's association with a man as the thing that was like keeping her, that was like tainting her or something. But I also hella relate. I understand exactly. I think the fact that Rosie got confetti is hilarious. And that is how I felt when I saw this news. Especially, again, we don't know what happened between the two of them. But, and I don't even think, they haven't like been publicly associated with each other in a while. So there was already speculation prior that maybe they were not on good terms anymore. But this is at least like kind of confirmation that like some sort of split has happened. So I don't know if it was like an interpersonal thing, but Eve recently has been on Twitter just out of her fucking mind. I mean, she really is the worst. She posted this cover of Time magazine of Gazans struggling to get food and going to like these food aid centers, which is fucked, you know, like, and it also like their access to food and aid in general is controlled by Israel, which is just it's undeniable and it's disgusting. And so Time magazine is featuring it in their this like cover story from August where they have a photo of Gazans trying to get food. And Eve is now saying that this is staged because there's now confirmation that there was a photographer taking the photo. Really, really struggling to see the logic in that one, Eve. Like, what did you think was happening when you saw the photo exist? Obviously, someone was pointing a camera at them and taking the photo. Then every photo ever is staged. What does that even mean? And then she also, this is on the 5th. This is over a week ago. Or no, today's the 10th, so 5 days ago. And then today, she posted this, sorry, swastika trigger, I guess, but, this is Eve Barlow's fucking Twitter. She posted this, she retweeted this, and it says, Zohran Mamdani's senior advisor, Linda Sarsour, which, first of all, Linda Sarsour is a Palestinian-American activist who did help Zohran Mamdani campaign. I don't know if she's actually, like, his senior advisor or anything. I don't think that that's necessarily true. She's just, like, a person involved in the campaign. But the more important thing about that, this is not Linda Sarsour. This is just a different woman who happens to be wearing a hijab. Because I guess Eve just thinks all Muslim women are the same. Because she's disgusting. So yeah, that was... Oh, we shouldn't look at the timeline. Who knows what will pop up. But yeah, Eve is a gross person. Oh, I'm not verified yet. Oh no. Yeah, get verified by, like, Eve Barlow. Eve, she's got to be paying for that, obviously. There are some people who are verified who are not paying to be, but you have to have, I think, over 1 million followers for that to happen. So Eve is definitely paying for that verification and, like, was friends with Amber, who left Twitter completely as soon as Elon took it over. But okay, we can give Elon some of our money. That's cute. But yeah, her Twitter is just unhinged. And she's quote tweeting Azealia Banks right now, while Azealia says all kinds of crazy shit. Ugh, gross. So yeah, I'm glad her and Amber are, it seems, maybe not on good terms. As much as I hate Amber to lose another friend, I don't really see how you can be friends with someone like Eve Barlow when they're spreading the kind of nasty racist rhetoric that Eve Barlow is spreading. But anyway, so that was our good news for the day. Wanted to open with that just as a little celebration. moving on though, we've got a lot of shit to get through today. So let's get right into it, because one of the big crazy things that happened in these last 2 weeks, I think it was like a week ago. Apparently Katy Perry is now dating Justin Trudeau, former Prime Minister of Canada. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad that Amber seems to be at a point in her life where she feels like she can be picky. Yeah, for sure. Because I think that, as I said before, when fucking Hassan was trying to, when he opened up his video, or like his editors, I guess, put that at the front of one of 2 videos on the Depp v. Heard trial that he has on his YouTube page, when one of the first things that they bring up is the fact that Amber is friends with Eve Barlow, though he said dating, but she was friends with him. And I remember it, I remember it vividly right now because I did a whole stream like 2 months ago or whatever on Hassan's Depp v. Heard coverage, and I just now got around to like editing it for like a highlights thing on the Medusini Deluxe Edition channel. So I was reacquainting myself with his Depp v. Heard coverage yet again, and that annoyed me. But yeah, I've always been kind of defensive of Amber in that sense, because Eve came into her life when she had pretty much no one. Same thing with like Elon Musk when he swooped into Amber's life right after her divorce. It's like, you know, you can't be picky at a certain point when the whole world is against you. But yeah, it seems like she's in a better place where she can start thinking about the morality of her friends a little bit more. If that's even what happened. Again, we don't know what happened between them, but I'm just glad to like at least have that association no longer current. But anyway, yeah, back to Katy and Justin Trudeau, because this is fucking crazy. In one sense, when I saw the news, I was like, no fucking way. Absolutely no way. But then I was like, after like a minute, I was like, I guess it kind of makes sense. Because, you know, I saw someone tweet that like they both peaked in 2013, and I think that's kind of true. But they peaked in 2013 for like a particular reason, right? Like they both kind of represent this very, like, they represent a kind of like liberal optimism that was very big in the mid-2010s that people just don't really have a whole lot of patience for right now, you know? And similar trajectory in terms of like, well, not trajectory, but like, you know, Katy Perry, one of her big things in the mid-2010s was talking about like empowerment, and she was kind of getting on the like, I'm a feminist thing, like the pop feminism shtick, and then makes a song with Dr. Luke. Similarly, Justin Trudeau comes into office and is like making a big deal about how diverse his cabinet is, and not that I know much about Canadian politics, so I don't even really know what all his cabinet does, but yeah, he had a very diverse cabinet, and it was like, oh, cool, like we're gonna have a politician who cares about keeping things diverse and keeping the people in power representative of larger the like larger demographics. And then, you know, a few years later, we find out that he did blackface a lot, like several times. Like photos came out, then people were asking him like, well, how many times did you do blackface? And he was like, I don't even know. Like he lost count. So yeah, Katy and Justin, they make sense together, I guess. Now, that being said, it's not official that they're dating. It is like, so they're denying it. I guess his camp, this is from, I don't even know, mandatory, I don't even know what that is. But this is saying, so they went to dinner, and they're saying that Justin didn't consider his interaction with Katy to be more than dinner, according to a source. They told the Daily Mail he feels ambushed by this. He wanted tickets to her show, and she invited him. While that was going on, she invited him for dinner. So we don't know for sure that they're dating. However, number one, they do look kind of cozy. This is them coming out of, I don't know, some bar or something. It says they're having a drink on the terrace. There's something about the body language, and I hate to do, body language analysis, but there is just kind of something about it where you're like, this kind of looks like a date to me. Kind of a little. And it also, okay, I get he wanted to go to the concert. He wanted to take his daughter, I guess. I don't know if maybe, I'm assuming that's her right there, right next to him. I don't know. I don't know how old his daughter is. I don't know what she looks like. But okay, they wanted to go. He wanted tickets to go see the show with his daughter. He reached out to her team, whatever. They went to dinner, but it's like, but they did go to dinner, just the two of them, And it's not like they work in the same industry. So I don't really know what they would have to talk about unless there was maybe some sort of romantic interest. I don't know. Maybe they were going to work on some like charity thing together. That's possible. But at that point, I again don't know why it's totally just the two of them and not maybe like some other people on their respective teams there. I don't know. I don't want to be one of those people that's like, oh, a man and a woman were seen together, they must be fucking. It, for sure, could just be friends or friendly or whatever, but it still, like, I don't know what they would have in common. And they're both single. Like, he got a divorce, I think a few years ago. She's obviously going through a breakup right now with Orlando Bloom. So it's like, I don't know. And he also, like, he's looking at her very lovingly. And who's to say, like, maybe he just loves Katy Perry's music. Maybe he was just, I guess it's like, how else are you going to look at someone at a concert? But it's just knowing the information that they went on a date and then went to this concert. It's hard not to read into the facial expression, but whatever. To be frank, you can go on a date and not be dating. That's true, but I also feel like with them, with people who are so public, like obviously she's an A-list actress and he is the former Prime Minister of Canada. I think at that point there's a certain amount of like privacy that you have to think about anytime you go out in public, to the point where I don't even know if they were going on a date unless they were like kind of moving towards something. I'm like, are you gonna go onto a date where people can see you? Where there can be like TMZ taking photos of you? I'm not sure. I feel like you would probably want to be a little bit more careful in the early stages, go on a few dates before you go out publicly enough for someone to take a photo of you. But who's to say? Who's to say? I guess we will find out. But it was kind of interesting because this did happen the same time that there's a lot of coupling up this last week, and a lot of it didn't involve pop stars, so we're not really going to focus on it, but like Tom Cruise and Ana de Armas were seen together holding hands. Pamela Anderson and Liam Neeson are now dating, and they are like very outwardly dating, like they're on the press tour for that movie they're doing. What is it? Naked Gun, the new Naked Gun remake. They're on the press tour just like openly being like, yeah, we're together. So it does kind of feel like a new era for power couples. People are making moves. People are enjoying the associations of themselves with other people. But that's the thing too, with the Ana de Armas and with Tom Cruise, like they were rumored to be dating for a while. There were rumors, but this is the first time they've actually been seen out together and they were holding hands. So again, it's like celebrities generally, they move quietly until they want people to know something, and then you see them out together. So at this point with Katy and with Justin Trudeau, I'm like, if they're out together, I feel like this is not their first date. But maybe it is. And maybe it wasn't even a date. Maybe it really was just dinner. We'll find out. But I am intrigued. I am intrigued. Some other Katy news. There was a fan who fainted on stage at her concert. I guess she brings people up during the show. And yeah, you can see she just passed out right there. But Katy she handled it pretty well. Was there with the girl the whole time. Also, like, the medics, they came on stage pretty fast. So all in all, like, it sucks for this young woman who passed out on stage, but, like, kind of good PR for Katy, because she handled it well, her team handled it well. And also, it happened in Detroit, and there was a party that's like, fuck, I should have gone. Not that I wouldn't have. Like, concerts are just so expensive. If concerts were cheap, I would go to, like, pretty much any big pop girl that came to Detroit. But they're too much money for that, so I was not going to go see the Katy show. But I was like, damn. Would have been kind of exciting to be in the audience for that one. But that poor girl just got too excited. But now she has a story. Now she went from just being on stage with Katy Perry to having Katy, like, holding her head for a minute. And if she's a big Katy fan, then I'm sure that was very meaningful, even if it did suck in the moment. But good for Katy for handling that so well. There also was this other moment too. This was just kind of cute. I guess Katy was singing Simlish on stage, because she did a song on, I think, The Sims, was it 2 or 3? The Sims, if you don't know, it's a very popular game that apparently they're never coming out with a new one. Apparently they're just going to keep adding stuff for you to purchase on the last one, and they're never going to make a Sims 5. I'm pissed about it, but whatever. Let's not talk about that. But yeah, okay, yeah, thanks, Allie. She sang for The Sims 3, so what they would do, because if you've ever played The Sims, they speak Simlish. It's just kind of like a bunch of nonsense words that kind of sound like American English. And they used to have different celebrities. Yeah, they had a Katy Perry pack, yeah. Katy did quite a few. I know Paramore did one. They used to just have artists just do, like, Sims versions of their own hits and sing it in Simlish. So I guess someone wanted Katy to sing during the show. So they brought her, like, the lyrics.
Oh no, I shouldn't do this. The internet's so nice to me. Okay, let's just go to the chorus. No, I can't read it without my readers. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. Last Ruby Noob, the army dance with double dupes. I'm a milk mini shoot. See me kissy eat for good. Last Ruby Noob, the army makes a crappy car. In a kitchen yard, so be hit the booty lar. I'm sorry you had to be there. 2009 and 10. Yeah.
The Simlish makes me cringe. It is kind of cringe, but it's cringe in a cute way. And this is the thing, too, with Katy. Like, you can say she's flopping right now, but is she? Because she's flopped before way worse than this. Yeah, she got a lot of bad press last year because of the Dr. Luke thing, and also the album just kind of not being very good and everything around that. And then this year there's been assorted things like the space trip, the AI stuff during her concert that they've gotten rid of, other just clips of the concert of her being kind of, like, embarrassing and cringe. Like, there have been bad moments, but number one, people are talking about her, which is something, because there's different levels of flop, and Katy was never, not in this album cycle, she's never been at the bottom of the bottom, because there's the flop that she has been before, where she releases an album and then a vast majority of the general public doesn't even know about it. Like with Smile, I think a lot of people don't even realize Smile happened. So that was like a real flop moment. This is like a different flop moment of people are making fun of her, which isn't fun to be on the other end of, but people are still talking about it. It is still definitely very relevant. And also she's now like, when so many people make fun of you, especially as a woman, you get to the point where like you're down so low that people then feel bad for you. And then you kind of rise back up. And I do think she's at the point where she's kind of rising back up. People are starting to like feel bad. People are starting to find the cringe and the embarrassingness kind of endearing. I still am pretty pissed about the whole Dr. Luke thing. And I still am not a Katy cat in general. But it is hard to say at this point that like what she's doing isn't kind of iconic. Like, this is still a moment for Katy. This does matter. So, she's got all that going for her. Also, Mariah Carey recently found out that she went to space, which I just thought was funny.
Space?
Not for long. I think it was...
Where'd she go?
Space? Where did she go? No one knows. Pardon? Huh?
Into orbit and back?
Katy Perry went into orbit and back.
She's like floating in the...
Yeah.
And this is true.
I've not made this up. This is true.
Wow.
I know.
All right, Katy.
She was proper in space.
I'm not mad at her. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah. I mean, she hasn't stopped talking about it since, but it happened. Would you do it?
I think I've done enough.
Would you fancy going to space?
I always love finding stuff like that out, that celebrities do or don't know about certain pop culture events. Because, yeah, that makes sense to me. Of course Mariah Carey wouldn't know. Someone would have to tell her. But so that's our little Katy update. She's out here. She's doing stuff. Now, PinkPantheress. A few updates with her. Nothing huge, but she did do a Jimmy Fallon performance. I think this is her first, like, late night TV performance. I've never seen her do anything else. So this is definitely a pretty big deal for her. She's made it into like a certain arena. The performance was cute. I really liked the staging. The outfits are very like 2010s, which people are already getting very nostalgic for, even though they didn't even happen that long ago. But, you know, shit moves fast now. Of course, we're already nostalgic for the mid 2010s. Actually, this is more like early 2010s. It's like late 2000s, early 2010s, which were hideous. Just an absolutely ugly, ugly decade. Like, all the fucking... I can't with the length of the... But whatever, it's an aesthetic. It's cute. It's doing a thing. She was cute. Definitely, I would say the stage presence could use a little work. She seemed kind of nervous, especially at the end. There was a point where she was like posing, and then she should have like held the pose as like people were clapping, but the second the song ended, she just kind of like went down. And there's a little bit where I'm like, okay, you need a little bit more stage training. But other than that, like, it was a good performance. And but it did piss me off though, because Jimmy Fallon, every time he like has someone on his show to perform, he's always so like over the top and how enthusiastic he is in ways that are kind of annoying. And he's always like, wow, that was incredible. You really did that. But then with Pink's performance, even though his enthusiasm annoys me a lot of the times because I feel like it's phony, when she was done performing, he just walked up to her and said, well done, and shook her hand. And I was like, oh, that's all you're going to do for her? Pink doesn't get any, like, what? I thought it was a little disrespectful, but it's fine. It's fine. She got that exposure, which I'm glad. I'm glad he had her on. There's also, the song Illegal is really, like, gaining traction on TikTok. There's a whole trend where you do, like, the shaking hands. You're like, ooh, is this illegal? It feels illegal thing. This is a video of Fred Armisen doing it. I don't even know. I think this is just a random woman who just saw him out on the street, maybe while they were filming, because he's behind a gate, so I don't know what's going on here, but this is a photo of her getting Fred Armisen to film this TikTok with her.
Not yet. Now?
I had to play this version because if I play the actual song, then we're gonna get claimed.
Want to try it again?
Yeah, let's do it on regular video.
Okay.
I'm sorry guys, I'm taking too much time. Yeah.
Is there anything bad about Fred Armisen? I don't think so. I think he's clean, right? I like Fred. Yeah, Pink said in an interview, I think she doesn't want to do big concerts and performances because she doesn't see herself as that kind of artist, which I can definitely see. Yeah, I agree. She doesn't totally seem like a performance girly. She seems more of just like a making music and releasing it girly. And I think that that's fine. But it does kind of handicap you a little bit in terms of the promotion when everyone else is out doing like the Jimmy Fallons and the... Well, people used to do Good Morning America. They don't do that anymore, but... I guess Renee Rapp does. Like, some girls are still doing the morning shows. But yeah, that does kind of fuck you over a little bit. But that's okay. Because it's a new media landscape. There's room for everyone. She also apparently is doing a game show. I don't even know what this is. It looks like... I don't know what game shows are a thing anymore. Like, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Is that... something we're still doing? I'm not sure. But yeah, as this tweet says, one thing about PinkPantheress, she is always on a random side quest. She really, really is. She just pops up places, and I don't know what this is. And she says, participating in my first game show. I'm surprised it's her first. It seems like this is something that she would have already done at this point. But no, I guess she's just off playing chess and doing other stuff. She also won Innovator of the Year award from Variety, which that is pretty exciting. I was also...
Drew. Okay. Thank you, Drew. Hi everyone, my name is Pink. It's really nice, yeah. I want to say thank you to Variety and SanDisk for this honor. Being recognized as the Music Innovator of the Year means a lot to me. As an artist, I'm always pushing myself to try new things and make the best music possible, and I'm constantly evolving, and that means my work is too. So it's really exciting to be recognized in this way, and I hope my story gives hope to other artists out there too. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah. I forget that she's British. Like, I know it in my head, but until I hear her talk, I completely forget. She looks American to me. I don't even know what I mean by that, but like if you had asked me, I'd be like, oh yeah, she's like, I don't know.
Hi.
From like the New England area. I have no idea. But she just looks American. But yeah, she's British. British. Anyway. So that's our PinkPantheress update. Selena Gomez still out here kind of doing stuff. She did... Oh no, after a cursory Google, Fred is definitely not clean. Oh no, what does that mean? Do I want to know? Did I hear Pink's new collab? No, I didn't. I haven't listened to... I've been listening to... Well, I'll talk about what I've been listening to, but, no. Is it good? I don't want to know about... Okay, no outright abuse or anything, but at very least a serial cheater. Okay, I can deal with that. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine for the people that he was cheating on. They should be mad. But that's okay for me. I wasn't gonna fuck him, so... Anyway. Selena Gomez, she did, like, the Therapist podcast. A lot of pop stars have been doing that one. It is, like, cute. Like, the guy who hosts it, he, Fred Armisen. The guy who hosts it, he's like I knew him from TikTok mostly. I forget what his name is. Is it Shane? I don't remember. but he's like kind of in with some pop stars. Like I know that he's friends with Tate McRae, and he seems friendly with some other girls too. So I do like it, and I like that we're now I like that there's like a somewhat evolving media landscape in terms of the interviews that celebrities are doing, pop stars in particular. Like it was really tiring when it was just Zane Lowe for like a long time. I'm glad that now there are some other people getting involved, but it is a little bit annoying when like the people, and I guess it makes sense because why would you want to subject yourself to any sort of more challenging, oh, Jake Shane, okay, thank you. Why would you want to subject yourself to like a more challenging interview? But it's like all he does is kind of stan girls, and that's cool. Like I enjoy the interviews. He's like nice, but I'm like I need one person to be in there to like actually ask some hard questions. But it's cool, you know, I'm glad that the girls are at least doing other stuff. And I like seeing pop stars in podcast format, you know, something that's a little bit looser and more casual. But I do just wish that they would talk to people that aren't just going to ask them the most basic PR-approved questions, which is kind of the direction that it's moving in with, like, Jake Shane and then Call Her Daddy and any of those, like, podcast people that seem to have the actual connections. Same thing with like, Good Morning America. Like, Good Morning America is almost never doing an adversary interview. So it really is just an extension of that, where instead of just doing Good Morning America, they're also doing podcasts that are essentially doing the same thing. You know, they serve the same purpose. This one with Selena was like cute, but a little bit a little telling to me, though, in terms of where Selena's celebrity is at the moment, because she talked about a fair amount of things in the interview, but none of it was really new. Like, there was a whole thing I saw, like, Pop Crave and Pop Bass and stuff taking, you know, their little sound bites from the interview, and one of the big ones was like, oh, she talked about how her and Taylor Swift met at a double date with the Jonas Brothers, and it's like, I know. I've heard the story many times. They went on a double date. They then, like, went into the bathroom and bonded, and then they walked out best friends. Like, I get it. I know the story. I've heard it. It's not really news at this point. And I feel like this is kind of where Selena's at, where part of her promotional campaign is not necessarily to, like, push any specific narrative forward or to, not even necessarily to advertise any specific work. Like, she wasn't on there to promote the EP. She wasn't on there specifically to promote her makeup line or anything. It was just kind of like going on there just to remind you that, like, hey, Selena Gomez is a person who exists, and she's a celebrity who sometimes you might find enjoyable to watch. It almost feels very similar to, like, Coca-Cola for me, you know? Like, Coca-Cola doesn't need to advertise themselves in terms of letting people know that Coca-Cola is a drink that you can buy. Everyone knows. If you're an American, you've heard of Coca-Cola, you know what it tastes like, you've had it before. You get it. But Coca-Cola still does advertisements and still, like, sponsors stuff and still puts their logo everywhere, because it's like they just need to remind you that, like, we are the dominant soda brand. You know, like, they have to continuously reinforce their existence and their popularity, whereas other brands, you know, they're advertising to, like, actually inform you of things about them. Coca-Cola, most of the time you see Coca-Cola at this point, Coca-Cola is never describing what Coca-Cola tastes like. They don't need to. Same thing when you go to McDonald's, it always pisses me off. When you go to McDonald's and they say, welcome back, I'm like, oh, thanks, I guess. But, you know, it's about reinforcing the brand rather than pushing the brand forward or introducing the brand to a new market. And that is kind of just what Selena Gomez's entire entire thing feels like at this point, is like just telling people, just like reminding people, like, Selena Gomez is a person who is very, very famous. What she's doing right now, multiple things, but also kind of nothing in particular. And that's fine. But it is something to keep into consideration when we do, like, the voting and stuff, of like, is the narrative of Selena Gomez being pushed forward, really? I don't know. I don't know. Renee Rapp also doing a lot of stuff. Like, a lot of podcasts like Call Her Daddy. I don't remember if she was on Jake Shane's Therapist podcast, but that would make sense to me as well. I just keep kind of seeing her do it, like, just everywhere, just doing promo, doing performances, different places. And I do appreciate that in terms of, especially the performances thing. I want more girls to be doing more performances, more televised performances. So I appreciate that. And I do really like Renee Rapp as a person and as like a persona. I think she's fun. I think she's smart. I think that she is like just refreshing in her candidness a lot of the time. I want to be honest though, music is still not doing it for me. I listened to like a little bit of the album and I'm like, I'm not super impressed by it. And it's not even that I'm like upset with it or that I think it's bad. It's very bland. And that's where I'm like, there's just a kind of a disconnect for me with Renee Rapp, the persona, like the public figure, and what that represents, and what the music is doing, which is just very kind of run of the mill. And I don't know. And I know he's a controversial figure in the pop world. But I did kind of like what Swiftologist had to say about it. He's a little bit more blunt than I would be. He also, I'm not going to play this part, but he also, like, he was responding to, he was, I guess, shit-talking Ed Sheeran or something, which of course he was. And then I think Ed Sheeran, like, commented something on one of his videos and was like, oh, you'll like this song more. And then Swiftologist came back and was like, no, I don't. And then, like, ripped that one apart, too. And I'm like, oh, I could never do that. If I knew that Ed Sheeran might watch my video, I could never just be like, yeah, this sucks, too. I would maybe not say that it was good. I wouldn't lie. But I would not feel as comfortable being as vicious as Swiftologist often is. But good for him. But I did still kind of agree with what he was saying here, fundamentally, even if I wouldn't word it the same way.
Why not every musical theater kid should get a record deal. For like 3 years, people have been insisting that Renee Rapp is up and coming. She's the next big thing. This record is 33 minutes of algorithmic pop. Every track has numerous writers on it, which is in itself inherently not a bad thing. Some of the best pop songs ever created were practically written by committees. But when you have that many people in the room and you come out with a product that is so generic, it really feels like something is wrong. The songs are completely interchangeable and the production is very focus grouped to sound like everything else that's coming out in pop right now. Ryan Tedder, you're committing crimes of doing the same thing over and over again. There's nothing on this record that tells you distinctly who Renee Rapp is. It could have been delivered by literally anyone. And now instead of like carving out her own lane in pop and doing something really distinct or unique with her voice, something like Chappell Roan or Sabrina Carpenter, instead she's like playing the role of pop star and doing what she thinks pop stars should do. What she really wants to say on this album is, I'm hot, I'm a sexy, pretty girl, and you would be lucky to be with me. And if you're not, then sorry for you, loser. Here's a taste of some of the lyrics. Oh, life's a bitch. Well, so am I. If I can't be happy, then at least I'm hot. These sound like slogans on the cheerful, sassy, embroidered pillow aisle at Target. There are plenty of moments and other songs that just echo the same thing. And I think some of these lines are supposed to be delivered like shockingly, like I went to a bar and I went home with you. And a lot of it comes off as kind of like unearned narcissism or a self-aggrandizement, because these songs don't show us why she feels this way. There's no kind of like deeper resonance to it. The At Least I'm Hot song also betrays one of the other album's fundamental weaknesses, which is that musically, there's nothing there to distract you from how hollow it is. The hooks are very repetitive without being sticky. The melodies are flat. Leave Me Alone is the best song on the album. It was also the lead single, and that's really saying something because it's not a particularly good song. Something else that made this album feel like an actress playing a pop star were the like constant references to Renee Rapp personal life drama that, to be honest, no one outside of her fan base knows or cares about because she's not that big of a star. When Ariana Grande or Taylor Swift or Sabrina Carpenter are singing about their personal life drama, you're invested because you know the characters and you kind of vaguely know the scope of the story. The big bar in Leave Me Alone is took my sex life with me, now the show ain't fucking, which I had to look up as a reference to some drama that was made when she decided to leave that show, and then apparently the show tanked. But who cares, really? Like, in the grand scheme of things, that's not an iconic moment. And Renee Rapp, because she's on her second album and like hasn't had a hit yet, doesn't have iconic moments, and that's totally okay. But a lot of this album is relying on I'm so hot and famous and everybody loves me, and it's kind of like, well, who are you? I don't know you yet. So we need to be doing a little bit of the groundwork in order to have the iconic moment, then to have a sort of tongue-in-cheek narcissism that comes across really cunty and fun. Right now, it comes across kind of delusional and forced. Renee Rapp is kind of all bark, no bite to me, and that's ironic given that the album is called Bite Me. When we look outside the TikTok and we ask ourselves, are people humming these songs to themselves at work? Are they being played on the radio? Are you hearing other people talk about this album? Can the casual pop enjoyer name you 2 Renee Rapp songs? Probably not, and there's a reason why, because the songs aren't fucking. Renee Rapp is proof what?
Yeah, he kind of made some points. Especially, I think the thing is too, is just the, like, it's the fact that Renee keeps kind of marketing herself as being a lot edgier than she kind of actually is. Like, I kind of go back to the AMAs, you know? Like, she's performing on the AMAs. She's the edgiest person at the AMAs, maybe, but she also was at the AMAs where she couldn't even say the word bitch. So it is just kind of like she's the edgiest person for Middle America. And where Middle America currently is right now is not very edgy. Middle America is weirdly conservative, more than it has been in like years, to the point that like the way that Renee Rapp kind of fits into that, it's like, well, you can't be an AMA's artist at this point and be the, like, edgy, cool, not media-trained girl. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Because you know what? Here's the thing. Do I think that the music is a little lacking? Yes. Do I think that all the promo is not necessarily doing for her what I think she wants it to do? Yes. But she's still able to do all this promo, and she's able to be all these places and perform on all these shows and do all these interviews because people care enough, you know? So it's not like she's totally out of the conversation. She's very much in the conversation, even if the conversation is what she's doing wrong. So I don't know. We'll see. But and now also on top of that though, I can say that yeah, she's not as edgy as I think she presents herself as, and she is still kind of pandering to a Middle America audience. But the thing that is nice about that is that she is reaching a Middle America audience, or at least trying to, while being like a very out queer person, you know? She is a lesbian who is very openly writing songs about her relationships with women. So even if her overall work is not really pushing boundaries, at the moment when American culture is becoming increasingly anti-queer, her presence within that media is still important, and it does still matter. I have no idea who this Renee person is. Well, that's okay. She's a singer. She was a theater person. She did theater shows. She played Regina George on the theatrical run of the show, and then also the more recent musical movie. So that's kind of what she was known for last year. And now this year she's coming out with an album, and it's doing okay. I think it's just I think the interest in it is really isolated to just her pre-established fan base. But she does have a pre-established fan base, so that's still something. She's going for something. Lollapalooza happened. Quite a few artists perform. Marina performed. Sabrina Carpenter also performed, but we're not going to talk about her because we haven't introduced her to the list yet. She hasn't been discussed as a nominee for Pop Girly of the Year. I'm going to wait until the album is out, and then we'll do a whole stream on Sabrina and all the discourse around that. But yeah, Marina performed. Sabrina Carpenter performed. Doechii also performed. Doechii had not like a huge last 2 weeks, but there were a few things that I wanted to point out. This is not necessarily good, but there is the whole thing with like that song Anxiety that I guess everyone wanted her to release at the time because it was getting big on TikTok. So then she did release it, and then everyone hated it and was like shitting on her for it. And I guess she did a performance. I don't know if this was Lollapalooza or if this was somewhere else, but she told the crowd to sing it, and they are fully silent. I'm gonna play like a second of it because I don't want to get copyright claimed, but
Anxiety. Keep on trying me. Anxiety, shake it over me. Somebody's watching me. It's my anxiety.
you can hear a few people singing it actually. It's not that bad. But yeah, definitely kind of the risk of putting something out that's like big on TikTok in the moment, because those aren't necessarily the songs that have a whole lot of longevity necessarily. And it did just, a lot of people were shitting on the song because it is a little cringe, but it's not that bad. And it also, she still is obviously incredibly talented. She also did announce a tour at Lollapalooza, so that's pretty exciting. She also said something at one of her shows in support of Palestine, which we love.
Y'all can't be scared to stand up for what you believe in. You can't be scared to say what matters. Free Palestine.
So we love that. Then there was, so this isn't necessarily, this is totally something that she did, but more of just like how other people are reacting to it. Beyonce did a little ad thing for Levi's jeans. She already has the song called Levi's, and Levi's is kind of important to Beyonce's history as an artist, especially as like a fashion icon. Particularly because of the racism that she experienced at the beginning of her career, where a lot of brands didn't want to send her and her other bandmates, groupmates, when she was in Destiny's Child, they didn't want to send them clothing. So Levi's was like one of the few brands that actually would like give them stuff to wear to red carpets and such. So that's why jeans became a really big part of Destiny's Child's style at the beginning of their careers. Well, like when they were coming up. So it already has a very like specific history within Beyonce's own lore that revolves around racism. And now, well, people are being racist. So Piers Morgan tweeted this. He said, very disappointed to see Beyonce culturally appropriate Marilyn Monroe in her new Levi's ad. Now he is kidding, but he's trying to make a joke about like cultural appropriation or something. And it is just very obvious that the only reason they're talking about this at all and talking about Beyonce and her Levi's ads is because they are fully trying to politicize the different ads that people are doing for jean companies right now because of a Miss Sydney Sweeney and her American Eagle ad, which I thought about doing like a video on the side channel about that whole thing, and then I was like, no, I'm not even gonna, I don't want to waste my time. My take on the whole thing, not my take on the whole thing, because I would have to. I have a lot of feelings about it, but my general opinion is that Sydney Sweeney is not talented enough to be this relevant in cultural discourse. But that's kind of the problem, isn't it? That the only reason we care so much about what Sydney Sweeney thinks and what Sydney Sweeney does is because of the type of person that Sydney Sweeney represents, which is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white girl with conventionally attractive features and big boobs. And I don't want to reduce her to her big boobs, but it is just kind of hard to ignore at this point with a lot of the opportunities that Sydney has gotten over the years, that like she's not necessarily getting it on her merit as an actress. And I don't think she's a fully untalented actress overall. I think that she does have some skill, but those skills are limited. They exist within a certain realm of media, and that's not necessarily always what Sydney Sweeney is working within. For instance, Anyone But You, which Little Shop of Alley, who is in the chat, made a video about. You guys should watch it. Her video is very good. Sydney Sweeney's performance in that movie is abysmal. It is so bad. Like, there were moments when I was watching the movie where it was all I could focus on was how badly Sydney Sweeney was doing. Because it just wasn't her lane. You know, she's good in Euphoria. She's good in, like, I don't know, Handmaid's Tale or whatever. She could not do that role. And she really couldn't. She's not good in the American Eagle ads either. And I think that's kind of part of the problem. And that's part of why the American Eagle ads are so egregious and so upsetting to look at, because it's like the white mediocrity of Sydney Sweeney just stares you in the face for the entire ad as she's talking about her good genes. So it adds something. It adds something. So that's how I feel about that. Oh, yeah, and she was good in Handmaid's Tale, but she's not funny, like, at all. No, she doesn't have the, like, kind of quirky, cheeky thing that she would need to do either a rom-com or to do, like, the American Eagle ad. Not that I think anyone should read those lines, but there definitely is someone who could at least pull them off better with, like, a better performance. But it's, like, just the way she talks, it's just so dry and, like, mumbly. She talks the way that you would think Tate McRae talks based on how Tate McRae sings. So, yeah. But she's become like a poster child for the right wing at this point, because they're all so invested in the success of Sydney Sweeney because she's a pretty blonde white girl. So Megyn Kelly is now using this as a fucking opportunity to do what? To just be racist? Like, even if she's not... This is just, it's so gross to me, and it's so transparent. This is the opposite of the Sydney Sweeney ad. Quite clearly, there is nothing natural about Beyonce. Everything, from her image to her fame, to her success, to her look below, is bought and paid for. Screams artificial, fake, enhanced, trying too hard. What about it? She's literally just wearing an outfit. If this were Sydney Sweeney, you would love it. If this were Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle, you would love it. You don't love it because it's Beyonce and she's a black woman. Like, there's just no way around it. And I know you can say that technically that's not... Megyn didn't mention anything about race. But you look at the two together, and it's like, well, what's the fucking difference? What is the difference between what Beyonce is doing and what Sydney Sweeney is doing, other than the rhetoric that Sydney Sweeney is using to do it in that advertisement? But, like, the look of it, how is this any more artificial. What are you talking about? Well, because because clearly that's not her natural hair color? Are you under the impression that that was Sydney Sweeney's natural hair color? Maybe it is, but I kind of doubt it. And also screams artificial fake enhanced trying too hard. I wish Sydney Sweeney would try a little bit more. Because Sydney Sweeney, throughout her and every, most performances she does at this point, the problem with them is the lack of effort. But she can get away with it. Why? And it's also, too, it's like I don't even know why this would be on your radar, except for the fact that you're upset with people being upset about the Sydney Sweeney ad, so you had to go and find a black woman advertising jeans and then crucify her as, I don't know, a petty act of revenge or a way of drawing a line in the sand of, I like when this person advertises jeans, I don't like when this person advertises jeans. It's so gross. But this is where we are. Then we also have Tyla. I think oh, maybe I moved it. There's Tyla. She didn't really do a whole lot that I know of. I guess I don't pay that much attention to Tyla, but I did see she did an Apple interview that I just thought, let me pause it. Sort of got to my, not issues with Tyla, but my concerns about Tyla and a lot of these younger artists, Tate McRae included. Tate McRae especially, to be honest with you. But also Tyla to an extent, too, where it just feels like there's not, any particular vision that they're going for. And I think Tyla almost kind of agrees in terms of her music. And I thought that was sort of nice to see her articulate this. So this is what she said.
This and a way I thought things would have happened, but God obviously rushed that process for me. So last year, there was a lot of times where I felt damn, I wish I had a little bit more time before the world saw my rough drafts, before the world saw me figuring things out. When Water blew up, I probably performed on just bar tables, with my best friend DJing. I never had that much experience until obviously I was thrown in the deep end with the Chris Brown tour, and
ew, she toured
I just
Chris
wanted
Brown.
to still experiment, but it felt like I had to get everything right straight away, because the world was okay, well, now you're here, let's see if you're gonna live up to it.
She did that interview, and then she also did one with Variety as well, where she said when she got signed, she was pressured to make music she didn't connect to. She said, those songs didn't feel like me at all. I remember being in my hotel room and my managers were calling me, come down, we need to cut the song. I was crying and thinking, this is not what I want. I didn't get signed to do this. They had to coax me out of that room, but I think through doing that, I realized how much more I love African music. It made me more persistent in keeping my ideas. And I'm glad to hear that. I am glad to hear that she can kind of recognize that when she came out, there was maybe a little bit of a lack of an identity, and she is, it sounds like, finding that identity and finding where it doesn't really match what she was put out by her label to do. So I was pleased to hear it, that it sounds like she is thinking about her artistic journey and wanting to take it in a more particular direction for herself rather than just doing what the label wanted her to do and capitalizing on the success that she's already had. So I am looking forward to Tyla's continued existence in the space. And she clearly, I haven't been paying that much attention to her, but she must be big with the kids. She keeps doing stuff, she did the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards. It seems like she does have a bigger market in the younger crowd, and maybe I'm just not in that younger crowd, so that's why I don't hear about her that much. But I am looking forward to hopefully hearing more from her. We also have an update. So Kelly Clarkson wasn't officially on the... I think I maybe had her put in like the potential slot for inclusion in the bracket, but I was unsure about it. And she still is like... She still is in like potential. She's like, maybe. Because I think of her at this point less of as a pop star and more as like a TV personality. That seems kind of where her heart lies at the moment, and that's fine. And she's very, very good at that. But I think she's kind of just moved to a different category than straight up pop star. But we did incidentally talk about her a few weeks ago when we were talking about FKA Twigs canceling some shows, and I brought up an instance in where Kelly canceled like the first night of her Las Vegas residency hours before the show. And I think there had been a few other instances of that since then. There were some other canceled shows, and also some reports of her being absent from her talk show more than normal, and a lot of stuff. It seemed like there was something happening behind the scenes that no one really knew much about. With the cancellation for the residency show, she blamed it on like her voice, that she couldn't sing that night. Her voice wasn't ready, which I was like, at the time, I was like, I just don't know how you don't know that more than a few hours before the show. But whatever, obviously, yeah, take care of yourself, take care of your health. That should be your main priority. But it was a little bit like, oh, okay, girl, you couldn't have announced a little sooner. Well, turns out Kelly has been dealing with some stuff in her personal life. Her ex-husband has now died. I guess he had cancer, melanoma, and he's had it for maybe like 3 or something years. They didn't tell anyone. People, like close friends and family knew, and then I guess certain people at the talk show knew, but everyone was keeping it quiet. No one was putting it out in the public, and she has been having to deal with that, and also, because he's not just her ex-husband, he is also the father of her children, so she has had a lot of family stuff to deal with, and I'm sure also not very easy stuff to deal with too, because even though she wants to be there for her kids, and she wants to be supportive of her ex, because he was close to death, clearly, and she did really care for him at one point. They had a bad divorce, because he had also been her manager, and I think it like maybe stolen some money from her, so they did not end things well. This would have been a very, very hard thing to navigate emotionally, but it seems that is now done, because he did die. That's really sad. So condolences to his family. But at least we all kind of now know what was happening with Kelly. And that does just go to show you, is like, you never know what's happening behind the scenes. You know, everyone was kind of, not everyone, but a lot of people were upset with her because of the cancellations for the residency shows, which did kind of make sense. If you had a ticket and you traveled there and she canceled like 2 hours before, you'd feel a certain way. But clearly there was a lot of stuff going on that we were not privy to. So, you know, celebrities are human beings, but I guess she is coming back for her show. She also is gonna host or be a judge on The Voice. So she's still doing the TV thing primarily. But she's holding in there. So all our love to Kelly and the family. Ethel Cain, her album came out. I have not listened to it in its entirety. I listened to a little bit of it, thought it was fine. She also, though, did do... So this is one of the ones where I can say there is another podcast that more and more celebrities are going on. And I have been a fan of this podcast for a very long time, and I think I've talked about it on live streams before. I really do like the New York Times Popcast. I like these two hosts. I have always been a fan of the podcast, but for a minute it was a fucking struggle because they were, well, okay, so there's like two different New York Times Popcast things. There's like the normal Popcast with these hosts, but mostly him, and then they have like other people who work at the New York Times talking about it, yada yada. Then they launched Popcast Deluxe, where it was like these two just kind of talking about random stuff in like music, and then they had like this snack bit that they would do where they would try new snacks. I always just really liked it because I like the two of them. I don't always agree with their opinions, but I like them as like writers and as podcast hosts. I thought they were fun, but they were not getting good numbers. Like when I was looking at their view count for when there was just the two of them doing stuff, not getting great views. Maybe they were getting more listens on like the Spotify streams and stuff, but it didn't seem like it was really going well for them on YouTube. And then for a minute, the New York Times like canceled the show, which I was really bummed about because I really liked them. But now they've come back, and I like sort of what they're doing here. It seems like the New York Times is trying to just pair them with artists to do interviews more. So they did like Addison Rae, they did they did MGK recently, was their latest one. They've done Ethel Cain. So they've been interviewing people primarily now instead of just like talking the two of them. And I like it in a sense because number one, it saved the podcast that the New York Times is now letting them do this again. So there's that aspect of it. I also do think that they are really good interviewers. Like when I was saying the thing about artists going on to different podcasts, but not necessarily podcasts that challenge them, they do challenge people a little bit more. They're actually like, because he's like an actual journalist, and he's just a critic. He's a critic, you know, that's fine too. But no, they actually, because they had, what's his name? Let me open it up in a new tab. Jeff Goldblum. So they had Jeff Goldblum on, and Joe Coscarelli, John Caramonica. Joe actually asked Jeff Goldblum about his association with Woody Allen and like, what do you think about, do you regret doing any of those projects with Woody before? Which I was like, okay, that's something that like just a full fluff interview someone would not ask, so I appreciate that. And so I do like them as interviewers. I am sad. I did kind of I like to hear the two of them talk, so I'm like, oh, is this all it's gonna be now, is just them getting to do interviews? But that's fine. I'll take it, because I do think that if pop stars are gonna go on to podcasts to do interviews, I do want it to be with people like them. People who like actually are journalists who will ask them kind of, not necessarily like challenging questions, but who are more interested in them as celebrities and their like place in popular culture beyond just helping them do promo. That being said, the New York Times is an interesting institution. There's a lot of people that work at the New York Times who are very good journalists, very good writers, very good culture critics. You know, you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but the New York Times has been on some like pretty horrendous shit in terms of their coverage of Israel and Palestine. And this is kind of rearing its head here, where I wanted to just play this moment because I wanted to hear your guys' opinion, so you guys can let me know what you think happened here. Because if you scroll down to the comments, Um, oh my God. Okay, yeah, so there's one that's mentioning it. When I looked the other day, it was like all the comments. Yeah, it was like stuff about them editing out Ethel talking about Gaza and Palestine. And I'm a little torn on it because I can't tell. There's definitely a cut there, but I don't know if that's why they cut it or I'll just play it.
I see comments often that I think are so strange when people say, you're an artist, you should stick to singing. Why would you be political? But it's like, art is the most political thing in the world. It's like, you can't take what I say when I sing it, but then reject what I say when I speak it. It's like, this is the way that I see the world. And it's like, my own shortcomings aside and, you know, things that I've done, it's like, this is still the right thing to do at the end of the day. You know, you always have to speak out for people who are affected by the maniacal behavior of the powers that be. Human lives are the most important thing.
See, that's where I'm like, maybe she mentioned Gaza or Palestine in there. There's definitely a cut. Like, that part is undeniable. But are they cutting anything of substance? I'm not sure, especially because if you go earlier, when he's asking this question, he does bring up Gaza himself.
Beliefs in a, you know, in a way that I think you feel is the right thing to do, to be morally upright and to be outspoken. Like, do you think this experience will mute your active?
I think I have to go back further.
The war and
who's right? Who, like, what is the all omnipotent, correct opinion on me? And then I have to try to decipher and then figure out how to move forward beyond that. So it's like,
it's complicated.
It's a lot of hoops to jump through.
Yeah, it's also, it was especially jarring, I think, for me, because you have been also extremely outspoken politically for an artist of your stature.
Yeah.
You know, you've said some controversial things about our previous president, Joe Biden, and his treatment of the war in Gaza. And, you know, you're not a lot of artists have gone out on the limb to even comment on the words, those sorts of situations at all. And you've been, let's say, unfiltered in a lot of your beliefs. In a, you know, in a way that.
So that's where I'm like, I don't know. First of all, okay, if they cut it, I'm not going to necessarily put it onto them, like Joe and John, and not just because I like them, but I'm also like, it's the New York Times. Like, the New York Times has final say over the edit. It's not necessarily the hosts of the podcast. So I think it's very possible that, like, they asked her the question, she answered and said something about Palestine, and then the New York Times cut it. But I'm like, but why would, because he opened it, like, he's the one that said anything about Gaza. Like, he was introducing it for her to speak on it. Even, I don't agree with the wording of, like, the war in Gaza. I think we should be calling it what it is, which is a genocide. But that's also, the New York Times has their own rules about what journalists can and can't say. So him calling it the war on Gaza, that's him. I don't know how he feels about it personally, but, like, I think it's very likely that that's him just using the verbiage that New York Times requires them to use. But if he's introducing the topic, would they cut it? If she said something? I don't know. Because then why wouldn't they cut him? Because they could have cut around him even broaching it, where it wouldn't, no one would even necessarily be thinking about Palestine and Gaza. But I don't know. Yeah, he didn't say anything pro-Palestine. She might have. It is definitely possible. She might have said, I almost certainly think that she would say something pro-Palestine, but I think even with him not saying anything pro-Palestine, it's like he still was the one that opened the door to, like, you can talk about your feelings on Palestine because I'm bringing it up. So that's just where I'm like, I don't know if he's the one that broached the subject, why the New York Times would then be like, oh, we have to cut the part where she specifically mentions the thing that our journalist brought up. But I don't know, because they really could just, they could have just cut something else completely, where, like, maybe there was a long break in them talking. Why even edit these podcasts? It's not TV. You don't need to hit a commercial break. Just go live and leave it up. Well, first of all, these are not live. There's a lot of reasons you would cut stuff out, like just for brevity. Because I'm sure that she wasn't only there for an hour and 15 minutes. She might have been there for like 2 hours, and there might have been some like, you cut just dead air, you cut moments where someone's kind of like stumbling through their words. There's always going to be cuts in something like this. Not always, but most of the time, especially for an institution as big and professional as the New York Times. They've got editors for sure. And there's plenty of other places throughout the podcast where if you're really looking, you can notice other edits. I don't think other people were really looking until they got to this part where they're talking about Palestine, which does just make it look a little bit more suspicious. But I don't know. I don't know. Because as far as I know, she hasn't said anything where she was like, oh, they cut out me talking about Gaza. So it could have just been a very clumsy edit that was like in a very weird spot. I keep playing with like the little, you know, the jelly part of my headphones, and I lost one of them. But I don't know. I was just kind of curious about it because I just think it would be so weird for him to bring it up and then them to cut her answer. But who knows? Knowing the New York Times, that might be what they did. Anyway. Yeah, her album came out. People liked it. Or they didn't. Zara Larson. She is touring right now. She's opening for Tate McRae. She is getting a lot of like good attention. People are very impressed with her performance skills. Like she is performing where they've got her like lifted up on stuff and she's still singing, and she's a very good live singer. So good momentum for Miss Zara Larson. And I do like the outfits. They're cute. Will this finally propel her into main pop girliness? I'm not sure, but it is definitely a step in the right direction. She also, even though I have some issues with some of the things she said publicly, particularly in terms of the way she's talked about sex work, she does have good opinions on things in general, and she is also very outspoken in her support of Palestine, so we love that. Would love it if she thought a little bit more about her support of the Nordic model for prostitution, but that's okay. I'll let it go for now. So there was Zara. We also have an update with Kesha. Now, this is not Kesha, if you can see that. But this is, I think her name is Jenelle Evans. I never watched Teen Mom, but I know that she was on Teen Mom, and I've seen this clip before of her on Teen Mom or Teen Mom 2. First of all, I don't understand why they did the whole thing where they're like Teen Mom 2. Other reality shows, like, you just do a new season. Like, why the 2? I don't know. I don't get it. I didn't watch it, though, so maybe it makes sense. But anyway, she was on Teen Mom, and there was a whole plot line, and who's to say if this was, like, real or not? It could have been just a reality show bullshit. But there was a plot line in which she needed to serve, like, some amount of time in jail to get off of probation earlier or something. It's something to do with her probation. I don't even know what she was on probation for. No clue. But whatever it was, she needed to go to jail in like a certain period of time, but she didn't want to do that because she had tickets to a Kesha concert on one of those nights. So she was trying to like push it back. Here's the original clip. I'm going to try not to play too much of it because MTV is kind of I'm not going to say litigious, but they claim. MTV likes to claim things.
The concert.
I really can't miss that concert.
I really can't. That's why I got all these feathers in my hair, because of the concert. I bought clothes for the concert. I set up hotel rooms for the concert.
All right. You'll have to give your probation officer your final decision. So just think about it.
I love
You'll
how
have to
clear it is that his voice is not, like, that is fully ADR. He did not say that in that restaurant.
Right. You'll have to give your probation officer your final decision. So just think about it before you tell him.
I mean, I understand that the concert's important to you, but you can have all of this behind you in just a couple of weeks. Be done with it.
Like no one understands how important this concert is to me. It's not just a concert. It's Kesha. Like it's
Just think about it.
like it's the person. It's not oh, I want to go to a random concert. It's Kesha, like my idol, the girl that I watch videos on YouTube 30 times a day. I mean, like I'm obsessed with this girl.
Just think about it.
And here's the thing. Everyone was making fun of her for this, but I was like, I get it. It really is like when you fully stand someone, it's like, yeah, maybe I'll just be on probation for longer. I don't know. If it's like, I guess at that point it's like, well, could you not get tickets to see another show? But I think she had like second row tickets or something. So I was like, I kind of understand. But I do think that she did the right thing and she went to jail or whatever. She didn't go to the concert. But I was like, I'm kind of on her side. Like, just let her go. And especially, I mean, she was probably going to fuck her life up worse by doing it. And that sucks. But again, it's like she's a teenager, too. It's not even an adult who's making this decision. It's like a teenager who just got saddled with this responsibility to, raise a child. Can we not let her go to the Kesha concert? But she did not go. But she has now met Kesha, so this was really cute.
And that the concert's important to you, but you can have all of this behind you in just a couple of weeks. Be done with it.
Like no one understands how important this concert is to me. It's not just a concert. It's Kesha. Like it's
just think about it.
like it's the person. It's not.
I
So
understand
that
that
was
the
cute.
concert's
Love to see it. I'm glad she finally got to go see Kesha. Oh, and then how do I even listen? I gotta be normal now about my girl. See, that's the thing too. If my options were be on probation for a year, but get to see Lady Gaga second row, or not be on probation for a year, but don't get to see Lady Gaga. I don't know. I don't know what decision I would make. So I get it. I get it. But anyway, the tour's still going. It's incredible. We've talked about it before. Greatest tour that anyone's ever done ever. Not even debatable. A lot of celebrities have attended the show, so it's good to, like, this is the thing as a little monster where Gaga hasn't been, like, really in it for a minute, for a while. So it's like you forget sometimes, or the status becomes a little bit more unclear of, like, do people still care about Lady Gaga? Do people still love Lady Gaga? Obviously I do, but what does the rest of the world think? I don't know. And that was a very fun thing too about when, like, Disease and Abracadabra were coming out, before she was even touring or anything, and I was seeing people on my timeline, on, like, my Twitter timeline, people that I just follow just like, they're just people that I follow because I like their opinions on stuff, like journalists that I follow, different things, like just different people that I follow. And then seeing some of those people being like, oh my God, I love Lady Gaga. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't even know that I followed all these little monsters because she hasn't been active. So that it's like, that's just not a thing that I know about everybody, is how does everyone feel about Lady Gaga? But that is very important to me. When I see that someone is another little monster, I'm like, okay, this is one of my people. So that was a very exciting thing to see, was how many other little monsters there are still out there. And especially seeing all the celebrities that are going to the tour. I'm like, okay, yeah, she is like that bitch. People love her. People care. Very exciting. So like Kesha was there. Kesha and Gaga are friends, so that's not super surprising. Katy Perry, this person wrote Katy Perry, Lady Gaga fan, whereas everyone else gets like pop singer, etc. All right. Is Katy Perry that much of a Lady Gaga fan? I don't know. Maybe kind of. But they have a whole history. That's not the first way that I would describe their relationship, but okay. Halsey, Maddie Healy, Rebel Wilson, Nancy Pelosi. Ew. Chappell Roan, oh, she looks incredible. Addison Rae and Olivia Rodrigo. The Jared Way from My Chemical Romance. Then also this guy, Damiano David, who I just think is really, really attractive. So that was exciting. Apparently he's dating Dove Cameron, by the way, which at first I was like, oh, isn't she a little young for him? No. Turns out Dove Cameron is my age, and he's 3 years younger than me. I didn't know that. I would have guessed that Dove Cameron was younger than me, and he was older than me, but I guess not. They're only 3 years apart, so good for them. I guess I don't totally know who Dove Cameron is, if I'm being honest. I know who she is, but I'm not that familiar. Also, Sister Mary Blaze, who is like that nun that you see on TikTok sometimes, she went to Mayhem, so that was really cute. Demi Lovato went. More on her later. She looks incredible. Yeah, and this person wrote the way more artists have attended this tour than the AMAs this year. I'm crying. It's really true. That is really true. And then Demi also did a TikTok right before the show. And this I really love because not only is Demi celebrating Gaga, which we love to see, me in particular, I love to see it, but this is also like, this would be a really good like trend on TikTok for this song. I can't play the music, of course, because it's a song and I'm gonna get claimed, but this is Garden of Eden, where, here, let me just play a second of it. Like, I thought that was like a cute, if this trended, that would be so adorable, where you're like wearing kind of like a casual outfit and then you do like black and then you come out with something cuter. I think it could work. I think Demi had a vision here. She was really thinking. And Demi's social media recently has been pretty good. Also, they recreated the whole like stage show in China, I guess. There's a few other recreations across the globe for the Mayhem Ball. China is somewhat significant though, because Gaga is banned from China. She cannot perform in China at all, because she met with the Dalai Lama a few years ago, and they did not take kindly to that. So, but that's cute. They still found a way to bring the Mayhem Ball to the people. Love it. Bob the Drag Queen and Brittany Broski also went to go see her, and they took a counter with them, because if you know Gaga and you've ever watched her perform, she loves to tell people to do things. She'll tell people like, oh, stand up, jump, etc. And she really, really likes to tell people to put their hands up. So he took a counter to see how many times she says during the whole show, put your hands up. And it is a whopping...
I got told us to put our hands up, put our paws up, put them up 88 times. I did include the 4 times she sang it in the song Applause, to be fair. But there you go. So make sure your arms are rested when you go see Mayhem.
Yeah, 88 times. 84, really, if you're not including any of the lyrics in Applause. But 84 to 88 times throughout the show, she tells the audience to put their hands up. And listen, when Gaga tells me to put my hands up, I'm putting my fucking hands up. So, a little exhausting, but I'm looking forward to it. There's also... She is still doing promo. Well, she's not necessarily doing promo for Wednesday, but she's in Wednesday. And I guess she's in like part 2. I don't know. I guess they released part 1 and then she's going to be in part 2. We still don't really know how big her role is, but Jenna Ortega did say in this interview that she wishes Gaga was in it more.
That's a good answer. Yeah. I'll say I wish she was in more. That's a good answer.
Which doesn't make me super excited because I want her to be in it a lot. And I'm like, I don't know, because I was going to watch Wednesday just to like get the background for her role when she's on it. But I'm like, if she's only going to be in it for like an episode or something, then who cares? I'll just watch the clips. But I don't know, because they're hyping it up like she has this really important role, so I'm like, maybe she's in it for a little bit in season 2, but maybe she'll be in season 3 more? I have no idea. But yeah, they keep talking about her on the promo cycle and how good she was to work with, and how much they like her, which again is nice to hear. Catherine Zeta-Jones especially seemed pretty taken by Gaga. Has Lady Gaga done acting before? Where have you been? Oh my gosh, yes. That's like all she has done for the last couple years. She did Star is Born, she did House of Gucci, she did Joker 2. She also did American Horror Story a few times. Yeah, she's been doing a lot of acting. And she is a good actress, so I am excited to see her. But I still don't know what the fuck she's doing. And they kept saying that she was playing a teacher, but then there was another interview that Jenna Ortega did where she says that she's not a teacher, so I really don't know. But she's got a song for Wednesday that will be coming out at some point. I don't know when part 2 drops, if it'll come out then, but she did a song for Wednesday, and she did a music video that was directed by Tim Burton, which... he's not my favorite. I would prefer if she went back to like Robert Rodriguez or something, but it still is cool to like have such a big film director doing a music video for your song, even if it is kind of in promotion for his other show. But yeah, I don't know. It's fine. Like, it's good. It'll be good. And I've heard there have been, like, some leaks of the song. And if those leaks are accurate, it does sound pretty good. So I'm excited. Apparently, it will reference Hocus Pocus. That's at least what the Pop Tings account is saying. Though Pop Tings is not very accurate a lot of the time. But whatever. It will be released in the coming weeks. So I am wondering, because she just kind of finished a batch of shows for the Mayhem Ball where she has like a little bit of a gap between now and August 22nd when the tour resumes. So I'm wondering if maybe it'll be released in that window so that she can perform it for the next little bit of the show. She also, as I've talked about before in the last thing, the way that she's doing the tour right now, she had been doing an art pop song as like the encore song, not like a full performance, but like she'll walk out with the dancers and they'll bow and stuff to a different art pop song every night. Last night, she basically finished the album. There are no more art pop songs for her to do that with, other than the one song that I don't think she's going to do at all. So that kind of, it leaves a mystery of like, what is she going to do after, like, for the rest of the tour? She can't do any more art pop songs unless she repeats the album, unless she just starts over. But I think she'll probably either move to a new album and cycle through that, or maybe she'll do other just like deep cuts from her discography. I'm not sure, but I am on the edge of my seat to find out what song she's going to do for the encore when she comes back and what it means. Because a lot of people have thought that maybe she was doing this as like an indication that she's going to do a second Art Pop, like finally do Art Pop Volume 2 or Part 2, whatever she was calling it. I don't think that's going to happen, but I am curious about what it means now that she's done with every Art Pop song. Unless she does, you know, the one that she should absolutely never do, ever again. Placing all my bets on Retro Dance Freak. That actually would be fun. If she did like unreleased tracks, that would actually be really cute. Oh my god. If I heard Brooklyn Nights, if I heard just the beginning line, I would throw up. I would be so excited. She also is in the midst of a legal battle right now with some sort of like surfing company thing who are suing for copyright infringement because of this. The like font and everything, they're called Mayhem, and it's a very kind of similar font and everything. They're fighting it, and here's the thing. So this is what her legal team released, a statement that called out like a customer or something that said, "Not even a moron in a hurry could confuse these two brands." I don't know. I think they're similar. There's no real getting around that. Now, in terms of like, you can't trademark the word Mayhem. It is just a word. No one can own the word. The fonts are kind of similar, but not similar enough. I don't know. They look kind of similar. But I think it could just be, I think most likely it's a coincidence. I don't think they were actually trying to copy this surfing brand's, their like fonts or anything. But yeah, it's like I can't deny that they're similar. I can't. They look similar. Like if I did not the Lost Surfboards thing on top, but if I just saw this walking around town, I would think, oh, that's a Gaga stan. If I saw that font and the word Mayhem, which maybe is kind of a point in the surfing company's credit, that like, yeah, I do think they probably could be confused with one another. Sorry, Gaga, but I have to call it like I see it. But I love the, I don't want her to change it. I love the Mayhem font and the whole aesthetic. I think it looks really cute. But I can't deny, they look similar. Oh, also, Lady Gaga used to date a hot surfer guy and she subconsciously copied it. I don't know. I don't know how popular that brand is in the surfing community. Are there surfers here? Are you familiar with the brand? I don't know that she ever would have really been exposed to it. It's possible. Especially, I mean, she lives in California too, where I'm sure she sees plenty of surfboards. But I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I think people do subconsciously copy things plenty and don't realize it. But anyway, the thing I'm very excited for, there's apparently, I don't know if it's like fully been confirmed yet, but it seems like it's definitely happening, and I think it's happening next Saturday. Gaga outfits, Mayhem outfits might be coming to Dress to Impress, which I love Dress to Impress. I hate Roblox. I think that Roblox as like a company is disgusting. Their business model is gross. Like they literally just make money off of child labor. And Dress to Impress is an example of that, because Dress to Impress is a game within like the Roblox platform that was made by like 2 teenage girls. And on one hand, I'm like, oh my God, that's so cool that teenage girls made this game. And it's so fun and I love it. But it's like, well, they've got teenagers making their games for them and then paying said teenagers like pennies. So this is kind of my conundrum at the moment. I play Dress to Impress. It's the only reason I have Roblox downloaded on my laptop, and I feel gross about it every time I open it up because I'm like, oh, it's just a platform full of children. I feel like I shouldn't even be here. It doesn't even feel appropriate, but I love the game, so what can you do? But I have Roblox on my computer for Dress to Impress. I do like to play it. I do not give Roblox my money. And I'm just like morally against giving Roblox my money. I would love to give these girls my money. If I could pay them directly for shit, I would do that because I think they deserve it. They worked very hard on this game. But I don't want to give Roblox my money because they take a vast majority of that money. And they didn't even do anything. They just had a bunch of fucking teenagers making their shit for them. But I'm worried that I'm gonna need to maybe pay money to get some of this stuff. I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna work. I don't know how it's gonna be rolled out. But if I have to like become VIP or something in order to get this outfit, I'm gonna have to give Roblox my money. And I don't want to, but I might need to. We'll see. We'll see how it comes out. But it would be fun. Maybe when it comes out, maybe I'll do, because I've never streamed Dress to Impress. I just play it privately in my own home. But maybe when this comes out, maybe we'll do like a live stream to play it, because it is fun. Little Monsters left bad reviews on the surf company's website. Yeah, I'm sure they did. And that's the thing too, where like, I think from the surfing company's perspective, I'm like, I don't even think it really was worth it for you to file the lawsuit, because you are just inviting Little Monsters to get pissed at you. When you could have just sold, how many people would have bought those like hoodies or something that said Mayhem on it just to like have maybe like a cheaper version of Lady Gaga merchandise? Like you could have capitalized on it instead of waging war. But I do get, they're similar enough where I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to say that they don't have license or don't have reason to sue, but whatever. I still love the aesthetic of the Mayhem era. So sorry to that surfing company. I'm so excited about this though. You have no idea. Shit. This is my dream. It's like when she got a Fortnite skin, it was like, okay, cool, I guess. But this is what I wanted. Anyway, we're out of the update section. We're now going to, I've got a few girls that I think we can have the conversation about their place on the board. We have not introduced them to the bracket yet, to the nominations, but we can go through them real quick. And then we're going to talk. Our main event is the VMAs, because holy fuck. We'll talk about it. All right, so Chappell Roan, a little bit more of a low-key year compared to last year, but still definitely a big year. Won her first Grammy, had a very good Grammy speech where she brought up the issue of like health insurance and the ways that record labels do not take care of their artists. That was really cool to see, especially seeing all the other artists in the crowd clapping for her, where you're like, oh shit, some of these people really got fucked over, didn't they? But it's good for there to be some solidarity in that. And then all the discourse that came out of it was, you know, like millionaires trying to defend, or not even millionaires, but like billionaires trying to defend their right to not give their employees health care is crazy. But she also, there's some other controversies, and these I'm like not even, the whole thing with like the way that Chappell Roan pisses people off is getting so tiring, because it's like she's had so many controversies in this last year, and most of them I really can't even remember what they were because they were so unimportant, but people just love to talk about her and to make a big deal out of everything she says. So I did find one article that kind of went over it, because I was like, I can't even remember. I remember people being mad at her for the Call Her Daddy interview, but I don't remember why. So there were a few things. One, I guess she was just kind of, it says almost everything that Roan said was either a complaint or a neutral anecdote followed by some sort of grievance. It's like, okay, well, we're mad at people now for complaining, and that's the American way. We love to complain. I think that's fine. She can complain if she wants to. But okay, I guess people are just sick of the negativity, maybe? I don't know. Then there was other stuff about motherhood. She said something about like, she said, all my friends who have kids are in hell. I don't know anyone. I actually don't know anyone who's happy and has children at that age of like a 1-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old and under, 5 and under. I literally have not met anyone who's happy, anyone who has light in their eyes, anyone who has slept. And then she did follow that up, I guess, by saying, but they're in hell because they love their kids. But I guess that really pissed people off. I don't understand really why. Like, she's just saying that parents seem exhausted, which, yeah, they do. If that's not your experience, if you have kids and you don't feel that way, if you feel, I'm like, then just don't feel that way. I still really am struggling to see why people were so upset about that. And that's the thing too, with like people being upset with Chappell about complaining too much or whatever. And then parents, I guess, were upset at her for saying this about parenthood. And like, are new parents not aware of the amount that they complain? Because that's why she's saying that. It's because if you talk to like a new parent, a lot of them are just complaining. If you're not a parent who's complaining, if you're a parent who feels like you're doing really well and you're happy, then okay, then that criticism just doesn't apply to you. Just move on. Whatever. But then the other thing, I guess, where she was saying, why are you looking to me for some political answer? You think I have the answer? People wanting her to like talk about political issues. And then I'm like, I just don't. As this person brought up, they're like, well, she did she's given her political opinions before, and she like refused to perform at the White House because of their stance on Palestine, et cetera, et cetera. Like, she's been outspoken on other issues. So it's weird for her to say that people should stop paying attention to her political opinions. And I'm like, okay, I kind of get that, but I also think that what she's saying is that it's okay to have opinions about some stuff and be outspoken about those opinions and feel comfortable voicing those opinions and taking a stance on things, but that also doesn't mean that she needs to become a political commentator. Like, we shouldn't be looking to Chappell for her opinion on everything, and we also shouldn't be like setting up expectations of like, well, you talked about this before, so you have to keep talking about it forever. Like, I think that what she said was totally fair. I don't get it. I don't get what everyone's so upset about. And to be honest, I don't think that people really even are that upset, actually. I think that people just want something to complain about. And given the amount that she complains, she seems like a fair target, I suppose. I don't know. People were also mad about this. She like had like a blow-up doll outfit that she wore on Drag Race when she was hosting, and then I guess that upset people, but it's like, well, this is drag. This is what you want. This is what I just don't get it. And this is too where I'm like, all these arguments that people keep making about pop stars catering to the male gaze or whatever. I'm like, you think men think this is hot? This is male gaze to you? You think a whole bunch of dudes are looking at this and being like, oh, hell yeah. No. She's making fun of, like, blow-up sex dolls. It's not supposed to be alluring. Ay, everyone just got a lot of time on their hands, I guess. Then she's doing like a kind of a mini tour right now. She has a few dates. Most of them, it looks like, are overseas, and then there's some in like New York and California. So I don't think it's like a full tour, but she is still performing. And then obviously she does have some new songs out. So she had The Giver, which she had performed on SNL and then took quite a few months to actually put out officially. But yeah, she's appealing to the many, many straight men who watch RuPaul's Drag Race, of course. Yeah, exactly. It's like she didn't even do this in like a setting where it was like supposed to be where she was pandering to like middle America or anything. Like she wasn't on the AMA. She wasn't doing Jimmy Fallon like this. She did RuPaul's Drag Race, where people are expected to like understand the joke. Just weird. A weird thing to criticize her for. But yeah, so she put out The Giver. She didn't do a music video for it, but she did do like a visualizer lyric video thing. So, you know, it was cute. I thought the song was fine. I did like it. I think she kind of lost some of the hype for it by not putting it out a little bit closer to the SNL performance. But that's okay. It was still a cute song. Then she also, Then she also did release Subway, which this is a song that has existed within Chappell Roan lore for a while, because she had been performing it live for a bit, but hadn't released a studio version. And not only has she now released the studio version, she has also released a music video. And this is the first music video, like proper video from Chappell, since, I want to say maybe Hot to Go was the last time she did a video. Something around that era. And this is, you know, I'm a big fan of the music video. In my perfect world, everyone does music videos for everything. But it obviously is like a very costly and it's a costly endeavor in terms of both finances and also time and energy. So I understand that not everyone wants to do it. And some songs, it's like they just don't totally need videos because you know, some songs are made for videos, some songs are not, and that's fine. But I do like, even though I'm a big music video person, I'm very pro music video, I do like that artists are feeling they're feeling free to just kind of like do what they want to do. Like a few years ago, I think there would have been way more pressure onto Chappell, like 10 years ago, way more pressure onto Chappell to like make a music video for Good Luck Babe or some of her other hits, and she didn't want to do that, so she's not going to do that, and I think that's good. I think that artists should be encouraged to make the stuff they want to make and then not make the stuff that they don't want to make. And the same thing with like Sabrina Carpenter, who's talked about how she doesn't feel super restricted to just doing something within a single era, that even though she's releasing a new album soon, she has no issue if she wants to go back and make a video for Juno later, that she feels like she can do that. And so I am very glad that artists of this level feel like they have that freedom. But I like a dumb YouTube visualizer over music videos. Some of them are good. Like The Giver, even though that's just a lyric video, it is like a very well put together lyric video. And I'm glad, again, like with the visualizers and stuff, I feel like that also gives artists more freedom too, where they don't have to do like a whole big production. They could just do like a little video of them just like lip syncing, just one shot or whatever. And that gives them more freedom to do more stuff. Because there are a lot of, like, sometimes you go back and you watch old music videos where you're like, oh, if this were released today, it would never be released as the official music video. It would be a visualizer. Like Ariana Grande's Dangerous Woman, that would never be a music video. That would be a visualizer. But people weren't really doing that at the time. So it's like once you make the music video, then it's like, well, now you've made a music video, so you have to move on. But I feel like, not that I think that Ariana necessarily would have made a separate video for Dangerous Woman, but I think that there would have at least been that freedom of like, we can put out a visualizer right now, and then if later we want to do like a more big scale music video, we can do that too. So yeah, there are nice things about living in 2025. And those are some of them. Visualizers. That's it. But so that's it for Chappell for the moment. She did say also, she said that she doesn't plan on having, she doesn't plan on releasing a new album for like 5 years is what she said. Which again, I'm glad that she feels like she has the freedom to like just release songs as they're ready. She's not necessarily doing like a singles campaign to lead to an album. I am a little bit doubtful that it'll take that long. I feel like, I just think that she's at a place where so many people want to work with her. Like producers, songwriters, etc., where she's just gonna get so many offers that I don't think it'll take 5 years for her to have an album's worth of music ready. I think it'll probably be sooner than that, but who's to say? Who is to say? In the meantime, it seems like she is very comfortable just putting out songs as they're finished. Do you think we'll get another Mayhem single or music video? Well, we'll certainly get the Dead Dance thing for Wednesday, and I think that could possibly, there's rumors about a deluxe edition for Mayhem, and possibly a deluxe edition coming by the end of August, which could make sense if she's taking this break between August 9th and the 22nd on the tour, that maybe once we come back on the 22nd and she's touring again, maybe there will be some new songs with some stuff from like a deluxe edition added to the set list. I don't know. It's possible. I think for sure we're definitely getting Dead Dance. Maybe that will be on a deluxe edition. Other than that, I have no idea. I would love it if she made a music video for Garden of Eden or Perfect Celebrity. I think that those both lend themselves very well to videos. But I don't know. I have no idea. Especially because she's just so busy with the tour and everything. I don't even know when she would have time to shoot a video. But I would always love more videos. So, be very cool. Now, Demi Lovato, who previously I hadn't even had on the list. I'm obviously aware that she's around, but I didn't think she was planning on releasing any music this year. I didn't really know what was going on with her. But she's fucking back. And like really, really back. So, personal news. She got married to some nice fellow. I don't even know what his name is. I know that I saw it recently. I think it starts with a J for sure. It's like Jason or Justin or something like that. I guess he's a songwriter. And I think he's maybe Canadian. Not sure. But they seem very happy. And again, I think that this is, we talked about it with Gaga, we talked about it with Selena. I think it really makes a very big difference in these women's lives, these pop girlies' lives, when they have a partner who's genuinely supportive of them. It really changes the entire vibe. So, given how like energetic and happy Demi has seemed recently, I think that this man must be a good one, I hope. Who's to say? I don't know anything about their relationship whatsoever. But just given how happy Demi seems, that seems like a good sign to me. So we love that. Demi also looks gorgeous, like in the photos. The dress is beautiful. We love it. Apparently they're also in a movie with Rose Byrne and some other people. Oh, and Elsie Fisher too, and Octavia Spencer. And Ariana DeBose. I don't know who Simon Rex is, or Dominic Sessa, but yeah, some movie that's coming out. I guess it premiered at Tribeca. Don't know anything about it. But I'm surprised to know that Demi is actually still acting. I didn't know that. Has she been in other stuff recently? But I guess this is getting good reviews too, so we'll see. I don't know if it has a plan to release wide, but I'll see it. And also, Demi is back musically, obviously. So they put out a song called Fast. First of all, I love it. I'm obsessed with it. Absolutely fucking obsessed with it. I think it sounds so good. The music video is cute. I wish there was maybe a little bit more. I don't know. I like the music video. I think maybe I wish she was doing more in it, in terms of, because Demi's just kind of like walking the whole thing. But it is still, there's a lot of like visual stuff happening around her, which maybe is sort of metaphoric for something. But if you watch it, there are a lot of references toward memes that have surrounded Demi Lovato's career. So this is something that I think is one of the big things where I would say that Demi seems a lot happier and healthier. Demi has been very defensive about certain things throughout their career, where it kind of seems like she's now, now in a place where like she can laugh at herself a little bit more and be more like in on the joke, not as defensive, maybe not as like insecure as they had been previously. So there was, even beyond the music video, Demi was referencing the Disney knee thing that was going around on TikTok for a while. People were making fun of like that, like the knee where you like bang your knee in a weird way while singing. Very associated with like Demi in their early music career on Disney. So she's leaning into that. That's cute. I also love in this video too how you can see the trajectory too. Not trajectory, but like the evolution, where the first time she's doing it, it's like a little kind of half-assed in a sense, like subtle. And then every time she does it again, it gets a little bit more. She's like throwing her body into it more and more. It's real cute. It's like she's really coming back to her origin point and getting to celebrate it in ways that are cute. Also, there is a Poot reference in the new music video. And this is something too, where if you know the history of Demi has body dysmorphic disorder and an eating disorder, and she's talked about that a lot. And this moment was kind of genuinely traumatic for her, because if you're unfamiliar, they were at an event, someone took a photo with like the flash on, and then someone else like edited it and made their face a little bit like wider. And so this is an edited photo. It's not like just a blown out photo with the flash. It does have a lot of editing on it. But then people called it Poot, and there was a whole like story behind it that Poot was Demi's long lost sister who was trapped in a basement for years and just finally escaped. So this is Poot Lovato. It was like a whole meme within Stan Twitter. Demi did not appreciate it. Demi felt like people were taking an unflattering photo of her and then spreading it around. And as someone with body dysmorphic disorder, I think that was very like traumatizing for her, because she's looking at this and seeing like, oh my God, is that what my face looks like? But it's not. I always wonder too, I'm like, I wonder if that's what's happening with JD Vance right now. Is JD Vance seeing these memes of people fucking with his face, and then he's going home in the mirror and it's like, that's all he can see. But with Demi, it is like, it's this simultaneous thing of like, fans were doing it not out of like malice or anything. This is just like a very Stan Twitter thing to do. Like every pop star has a photo like this. Like Gaga has one, Britney has one. They all have like a face and like a photo that gets turned into a meme and then gets its own like character within Stan culture. So like I can't think of any of the other names, but like everyone has like one that has like its own name. And Poot Lovato just happened to get a little bit bigger than the others, but that's because it came with like the backstory too of the person in a basement. Yeah, Need. Yeah, that's one of Britney's, as Need. Here, let me find a photo of Need. And Gaga has one too. So it's like just Stan Twitter being Stan Twitter. And I think that a lot of fans did feel a little put off by how offended Demi seemed to be, because from those fans' perspectives, they were just doing normal fan stuff. They weren't trying to be hurtful, but it was hurtful. Yeah, this is Need. Gaga has one too, but I don't remember what hers is called. Yeah, Poot Lovato is an internet institution. It really is. But now Demi is embracing it and embracing Poot Lovato. And I think that that is beautiful. That, you know, it was a moment where her and her fans maybe weren't just on the same page. And now they are. And that's nice. It's nice that Demi can embrace it. And especially, I think, again, like, if it comes from a place of like you feel insecure about the way that you look, or you're suffering with like a body dysmorphic flare up or something, then yeah, seeing an edited photo of you is still, even if you know it's like it still is gonna fuck with your mind a little bit. I think part of the reason that Demi can take it with a little bit better humor now is that she maybe just doesn't have the same severity of problems in terms of her insecurities about the way that she looks anymore. Like, it seems like she's done a lot of things to like recover from her body dysmorphic disorder. In relation to that, there also was a thing a few years ago where Demi got into a bit of a feud, a one-sided feud, with a yogurt shop, which again seems extremely related. Not even seems, like it was very clear at the time that this was related to Demi's eating disorder. What the fuck? The yogurt that I wanted. Why are you insisting on playing? Because Demi went into this. That's not really flat.
I left that yogurt.
Okay, that's better, I guess. Though I don't know. Here, I'll just go to a different tab while I'm talking. Demi went into this yogurt shop. There was stuff in there that was advertising like low sugar, sugar-free or something like that. She saw that as like diet culture And as someone with an eating disorder, she got triggered by that, and then she made this TikTok or Insta, I don't remember where it was, but she made a video calling out the yogurt shop and talking about how it was triggering for her because of her eating disorder. And then she's like, and I couldn't even get the yogurt that I wanted. I had to leave. And it was again where it's like, okay, I see both sides of this. On one hand, Demi shouldn't have made the fucking TikTok in the first place because, number one, the sugar-free thing, that's not just dieting. Like, sure, some people are avoiding sugar for diet reasons, but also, like, could just be someone who's, like, diabetic who can't have a certain amount of sugar. Like, there's a lot of other dietary reasons that she was not really taking into consideration, which kind of just made it seem, or the whole rant seemed very, like, privileged and tone deaf. On top of that, also, diet culture, there is a lot of problems in terms of, like, food labeling and how diet culture gets proliferated by stuff like I hate when people write, like, clean food, like, putting the word clean in association with your food is, like, literally putting a moral judgment onto your food, like, it's bad. Like, there's a lot of stuff like that that is very normalized in food advertising that is worth talking about, but it also is, like, a very, like, large, like, bigger systemic issue. It's not a problem of any individual brand or yogurt shop. So to put it all onto this one yogurt shop, kind of not fair. In addition to that, this was also, like, a smaller shop. It wasn't, like, a big media, like, or not big media, but it wasn't, like, a big corporate thing. It was just, like, a yogurt shop. So that really wasn't fair, especially because Demi's fans would start, like, review bombing the yogurt shop. So it was just very irresponsible for her to do it in the first place. Just not good. But at the same time, so many people were making fun of her for it, and I'm like, I get she shouldn't have done it, but she also does have an eating disorder, and I can see how she got triggered by it. It makes sense to me, like, logically. Doesn't excuse her getting on video and calling this shop out, but it isn't just her being an asshole. It is her being, like, triggered. And so we can have a little bit of compassion for her. But all is good. Demi went back to the yogurt shop.
I left that yogurt store and didn't get the yogurt that I wanted.
And she finally got the yogurt that she wanted. So we love that. It's a full circle. Yeah, and then someone left a comment that was like, oh, you look happier. And she said, or not left a comment, but, like, that's a thing that she heard is you look happier. And she said, thanks, I finally got the yogurt that I wanted. That's so cute. We love it. Full redemption. I'm glad that, oh God, there's Need again. I'm glad that Demi and the yogurt shop have put the past behind them. She also was referencing other memes, so there was a whole thing.
Favorite dish?
My favorite dish? I like mugs because they're very comfortable in your hand and they hold the hot things that you don't have to touch. So, you know, coffee or hot tea.
So people made fun of that for a long time, that she said, she was asked about her favorite dish, and she said, a mug.
Favorite dish?
She has since claimed that she was kidding in that interview, that she, like, was making an intentional joke. I'm not entirely sure, because she just answers it so fast that I'm like, how did you even have time to think, like, ooh, I'm gonna give a sarcastic answer? I don't know. Who cares? It's funny. It's so cute and funny. She said, and you know what? She's right. Mugs? Incredible. I love a mug. But then she released this, like, clip of her on the set of a photo shoot and wrote, me when I serve my favorite dish. Because her mug, her face, the mug. That's funny. That's very funny. She's leaning in. She also has started selling hats that say "Get a job, stay away from her" in her official merch store. Which, if you don't know that, she left this comment on. I'm not really sure about the whole history behind this. I think it had something to do with a woman who was like maybe stalking her or stalking like just celebrities in general, and then had taken a photo with Demi's little sister, Madison, who plays the Salise's daughter in Desperate Housewives. And so when she saw the photo of that woman and her little sister, she wrote, "Get a job, stay away from her." But that's become a very referenced meme throughout the internet. Whenever someone is doing something with a woman that you like that woman and you don't like the other person, you say, "Get a job, stay away from her." It's very iconic. And she's finally making money off of it. Good for her. She also currently just looks fucking hot. So this is her, I'm gonna play a little bit of it because I guess this is her dancing to her next song, like the next song that she's releasing, which also sounds so good. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this new album. The first song sounds really great. That song also sounds really great. She looks incredible. Now, because this new song, though, is sort of more in the like electronic pop vibe, which she's done before, so it's not new, a lot of people have been comparing it to Charli XCX and acting like Demi is copying Charli XCX, which I think is ridiculous for multiple reasons. Also, I haven't seen anyone bring this up, but I've seen a lot of people making comparisons to just like the song, like when it came out, a lot of people were making different comparisons to different artists and different songs and stuff. I haven't seen anyone bring up, it really reminds me of, and maybe I'm just the only one that's hearing this, but years ago, pre-pandemic, Selena did a song with Marshmello called Wolves, and I think Fast sounds a lot like Wolves. Like it's in a similar arena. And yeah, and it's that's not an arena that Charli XCX invented. And I also think that I don't know. I think that reducing it just to like, oh, it sounds like electronic music, it sounds like Charli. Like maybe some parts kind of sound like a Charli XCX song. But I also think that it's like it's an entire genre and there's different ways to do it, and I don't think they're doing the exact same thing at all. Whatever. That's the reference that people have right now for electropop is just Charli XCX. But as other people have been pointing out, Demi Lovato was doing coke as a teenager and punched her backup dancer on Disney Channel for snitching on her. Baby, she's the original brat. Fully. Demi Lovato has been out here. Demi has been doing similar music to this before. And also, yeah, the entire ethos of Brat, Demi Lovato exudes, and especially did in like the mid 2010s. So there was a really good article from Paper about this song talking about that, and I just want to read that. Before Brat was even a concept, Lovato was already embodying a chaotic girl archetype that bridged scene queen, club kid, and hot topic if it made bangers. She wasn't just performing at Jingle Ball. She was in the club after, making out with a bottle of Sobieski, I don't know how to pronounce any sort of alcoholic beverage name, and dancing to Calvin Harris before your fave even knew what BPM meant. These were the golden days of pop girl rebellion, when Lindsay Lohan was wearing an ankle monitor and Sky Ferreira's mugshot leaked. Yeah, Demi Lovato has been Brat for a long, long time. So to try to act like she's now copying Charlie XCX is fucking crazy. But whatever. Very excited to hear more from this new album that Demi is releasing. However, speaking of Lindsay Lohan and her former ankle monitor bracelet, anklet, Lindsay Lohan, I am officially... I do not think that that write-up gave AI at all. You are kind of paranoid. But maybe, I guess. I don't know. I don't think so. I didn't get that vibe. But I don't know. It is maybe worth being suspicious of everything at this point. Anyway, moving on to Lindsay. Lindsay, I am now putting... I'm not putting her fully... She's still right here down in possible nominees. Where'd she go? Oh, maybe I didn't even actually officially add her to the list. I guess I'll put her in here. Because here's the thing. Technically, she has now qualified. Because she did Freaky Friday, the new one, and she is on that soundtrack. So she has done something music-related at this point. Oh, and I used this photo of her, by the way. This is an old photo. I usually try to keep more current photos, but I kept an old photo in this instance because this is just iconic. This is a paparazzi photo. Just a candid paparazzi photo of her walking down the street that was so good and so cunty that they wound up using it for the poster for the movie that she was shooting during that time, which was Just My Luck. So if you've ever seen the Just My Luck poster, just know that that photo of Lindsay that's on the cover, that's a paparazzi photo. That's how on her shit she was at the time. But whatever. She did the Freaky Friday movie. She's on the soundtrack that technically qualifies her for inclusion because she did something musical. But... So that's it. That's the Freaky Friday thing. She has now not hinted, but she has stated that she is going to try to get Xanax put onto streaming. Now, if you don't know what Xanax is, it's a song that she leaked or released on her own Instagram years ago. The Instagram post is now taken down, but she put this song onto Instagram and nowhere else for years. And it sounds so good. And I've been so obsessed with it since she released it or since she leaked it. And it's never gotten any sort of official release. It clearly has something to do with the labels, which she indicated. She said, what did she say? She said, I know I have to put it onto streaming. It's annoying already. I have to discuss it with the label. So it's clearly a label issue that they don't want her to release it or whatever. I don't know why. Something maybe to do with a producer or something not signing off. I have no idea. But whatever it is, she needs to get on it. She needs to release that immediately. Because if she does, I'm telling you, if she releases Xanax, she's going on the bracket. That is instant bracket for me. For years... Since 2019, I have had as my pinned tweet, if you see Lindsay Lohan, tell her to release Xanax. I have not been able to unpin this tweet since December of 2019. This is before I even had a YouTube channel. Do you know how many things that I could have been using this pinned tweet to promote? How many videos I could have made my pinned tweet that I haven't been able to because Lindsay Lohan hasn't released Xanax yet? I'm not moving this pinned tweet until she releases it. So I really, really need her to do it. I need her to do it right now. It's so good, too. I'm gonna play just a second of it.
I got social anxiety, but you're like Xanax to me. Yeah, social anxiety.
This is the track that No, she thought she was releasing. No, it's not fair. It's just, it's so good. Come on, Lindsay. Please. It was so weird too because she put that onto Instagram, and then a couple months later she released an actual song. She released a song called Back to Me, which is fine. Not as good as Xanax, but it was good. It was whatever. But it was like this whole, it seemed like she was coming back to music, that she was making more music again. And then she released that song and then nothing else. She moved back to just doing like Hallmark movies or whatever, and now is doing Freaky Friday, which, okay, cute, cool, we love it. But I need you to release Xanax, girl. I need it. Now our next, so then we have our next girly that we're adding to the list as a potential, Slater. Also, so all three of these people, Lindsay, Demi, and Slater, none of them were on the list prior to this week, but they're all on it now. Slater has been touring with Kesha. She's like an opener for Kesha, along with Rose Gray. Rose Gray I also have put on as another potential. I don't know much about Rose Gray, but I do keep hearing the name. So maybe something, maybe there's some momentum there. But I love Slater. I've always loved Slater. She released a song recently that is so good. Her fastest to hit 1 million streams on I think Spotify. It's called Beat Up Chanel's. It's so good. The music video also, again, kind of like the PinkPantheress thing, there does seem to be like a lot of nostalgia right now for like 2010s aesthetics, because this is definitely, it's giving like 2010s, like early 2010s music video vibe, but in a good way, in like a cute way, in an updated way. I can't think of Lindsay's music career without thinking of the time she messed up lip syncing when promoting Rumors. Yeah, that was a little rough. I also, as much as I do love the Lohan-essence that is currently happening, and I'm happy for her, I still need an explanation on why she tried to kidnap those children. Because she's never really addressed it, and I mean, I saw it with my own eyes, girl. Maybe, I don't know, I guess from her perspective, she probably doesn't want to bring it up at all because maybe not that many people know about it, but I still have a lot of questions. But yeah, Slater, we love Slater, and can't wait to see what else she did. Wait, what? Yeah, Lindsay tried to kidnap some kids on an Instagram live. Did she address it last year? I didn't see anything. Yeah, and she had a weird accent at the time too. Let me look it up, because if she has addressed it, I don't wanna, I'll give her credit for it. Lindsay Lohan kidnaps. I don't see anything. It was, yeah, she was on an Instagram live, and there was like a homeless woman who was like, at the time, I think Lindsay was referring to them as like Syrian refugees. I don't know if they actually were Syrian refugees. But then she like tried to take the kids, and then the mom like punched her in the face. And this is like all on the live, so you can watch it. But yeah, it was very weird, and she was, yeah, talking in a very bizarre accent at the time. So I do think there was some sort of like mental health crisis that she was dealing with in the moment. But it's still, it's like, well, we can't ignore the fact that you did try to kidnap some children. And there was maybe a little bit of some racism behind it too, because she was like accusing the mom of like trafficking them, and I don't even think there was any evidence of it. I think that she just saw like Syrian refugees, and then we're like, oh, these children are being trafficked. Yeah, I will excuse trying to kidnap those kids, but I draw the line at having a weird accent at the time. Yeah. If anything, I think the weird accent is just like more indication that she was maybe not in a good mental space in the moment. And someone else, said, I heard she was on drugs. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know, could go either way. She either was or she wasn't, or like if she was having a mental health crisis, it maybe could have mimicked the effects of drugs. But it is very, it's just it was a weird moment. And a weird moment to never address again. But I guess if you can get away with it, then yeah, I guess don't bring attention to it. Anyway, our other possible inclusion, because if we do have to, we got it. The thing about the bracket is that we're talking about like who's in the conversation, like who is dominating pop culture. It's not necessarily about who we like and who's doing things that are good. You can be a flop and still be on the bracket if you're a flop in a way that like gets people to notice and pay attention to you. So Justin Timberlake, he was on last year. He's still kind of in the same space in terms of his public image and also his artistry, but maybe he just keeps kind of going down to a degree where I'm like, I don't even know if I want to include him, because at this point it just feels kind of mean. And I know that, like, especially as a Britney stan, I'm not that concerned about Justin Timberlake's feelings, but he is a human being, and at a certain point it does just become, we get into like lol cow territory. And do we want to do that? Do we want to just like put a person up there and be like, look at what a dumbass they are? No. But also, maybe, I don't know. It's hard to, the thing with him is just like, the thing that I keep coming back to, because I keep having moments where I'm like, okay, we gotta calm down on the Justin Timberlake thing. We gotta stop making fun of him so much. It's getting a little bit much. But then I remember the fact that throughout his whole career, he was taking shots at Britney the whole time. Even when she was at her lowest, like when she was getting torn up by the media, he was egging it on. He was participating. So there's a part of me that's like, well, too little, too late, But then also on top of it, it's the fact that he's not apologetic for like any of it. The shit came out from her book about the fact that he kind of pushed her into getting an abortion that she didn't want to get. And it was an incredibly painful experience that he made her deal with on like a bathroom floor because he didn't want to go like to a hospital because then people might find out about what happened and that would like ruin his image and her image or whatever. Like it was just such a fucked up situation that Britney had to be put in that he like created and allowed, and like it was gross. And then when the book came out and like there was some paparazzi person who saw him on the street and asked him like, okay, what do you think about Britney's new book or whatever? He was like, I don't remember what he said, but he said something super dismissive in that moment, and then also said on stage later, like, I don't have to apologize to anyone, blah, blah, blah. Like, it was just so, it's like, can you not at least fake an apology at this point for your own sake? Like, to help yourself get out of this backlash? Like, do you not have at least that amount of self-awareness to know that, like, oh, I did something kind of bad that people are upset about. I better at least, like, seem apologetic. No, he's just so used to getting away with stuff that it doesn't even occur to him that he should be moving in a different way. Because Justin Timberlake, up to this point, up to like 2021, has just been getting away with all of it. He's been a dick to everyone, and it has never actually harmed him in any way until it has. And now he's finally getting consequences for it. And even though I think it's maybe a little much and people are getting a little bit too gleeful in watching his downfall, it's also like, well, what did you think was going to happen? You know? You couldn't get away with it forever. But so this year, he has continuously shown himself to be really, really just not on his shit, just not on his game. So I see, someone already referenced it would have ruined the tour, the world tour. Here's apparently the tour he was so worried about. And I ran this through the YouTube, like, this shouldn't get claimed. So I'm just going to play the whole thing. Apparently this is what Justin Timberlake's show is like right now.
Say what? Cause what I got.
Oh, what is he wearing too? I hate it. I guess it was, okay, this is a show where I guess it was kind of cold outside, was the excuse. And so he had like his jacket on and everything. So like, I guess, I don't know. It's an ugly outfit. Like it just looks like you don't care. But it does look like it's raining. And here's the thing too, we can all make fun of Justin all we want. Especially recently with some of his releases, but like, these are still kind of... These are bops. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, every time I hear one of the songs, I'm like, fuck, that's a good song, though. He's got bangers. God, he's not singing at all. God, I can't believe it. I heard people say that he like wasn't really singing during the shows and then like just putting his mic out and stuff, but even then when people were explaining it, I was like, oh, that's crowd participation, like that's normal, people do that. But then I saw the footage, I was like, oh, he's really like not singing whatsoever. And yeah, it's bad. It's pretty bad. I don't know if this is representative for the whole tour. This might have just been like one bad show. But I am seeing people... I've seen enough clips that I think that this is not totally abnormal at this point. Even if this was a particularly bad night. Now... he does have an excuse. He's come out with a statement saying that he's been diagnosed with Lyme disease. Now, he released this whole big statement. He says, among other things, I've been battling some health issues and was diagnosed with Lyme disease, which I don't say so you feel bad for me, but to shed some light on what I've been up against behind the scenes. If you've experienced this disease or know someone who has, then you're aware. Living with this can be relentlessly debilitating, both mentally and physically. When I first got the diagnosis, I was shocked for sure, but at least I could understand why I would be on stage and in a massive amount of nerve pain or just feeling crazy fatigue or sickness. I was faced with a personal decision: stop touring or keep going and figure it out. I decided the joy that performing brings me far outweighs the fleeting stress my body was feeling. I'm so glad I kept going. Here's the thing. What is this? I don't understand what this means. And I don't get this joke at all. and it's got so many likes. What does that mean? Whatever. Lyme disease is like, it's like a temporary illness. Like, it is something that you can treat and then get better fairly quickly. Unless what he's saying is he has chronic Lyme disease, which is arguably not real. Now, I don't say not real in terms of he's fully making it up, but like as a diagnosis, chronic Lyme is it's just a dubious diagnosis that usually is a misdiagnosis for other things like chronic fatigue syndrome or like fibromyalgia, etc. Oh yeah, maybe because Lyme sounds like lime and the gift has fruits. Possibly. But so I'm like, is he trying to say that he has chronic Lyme disease? In which case, I'm like, oh, you might need to get a better doctor, Justin. The chronic Lyme thing is something that celebrities get diagnosed with a lot. And the reason, it's like, I always feel weird pointing out the, like, dubious science behind chronic Lyme because I think a majority of people that get diagnosed with it do have some sort of chronic illness. They just, yeah, we can look at the replies and see what that says. Oh, I thought this GIF was just the lime. Why is it going through all the fruits? Okay, yeah, so it definitely is just they were making a joke about the limes. But people who say they were diagnosed with chronic Lyme, they usually do have some sort of like chronic illness. It's just not necessarily Lyme disease. And so the reason that that's sort of problematic is just because the treatment that they're receiving is not necessarily helpful to them. And it's kind of like whatever, because most of the people that get diagnosed with chronic Lyme are celebrities or are rich people. So it's like, it's kind of a grift on behalf of a lot of doctors because they're giving them treatments that they don't actually need, but because they're celebrities and they're rich, they're treatments that they can afford. So it is just kind of a way of getting a lot of money out of rich people. So it's like, I guess it's not something that's like super relevant to, I think, most working class people. Most working class people are not getting diagnosed with chronic Lyme disease. It is just kind of like a celebrity thing, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. I just don't know what to do with this statement. Like, it's a whole ass statement just saying that you have an illness that theoretically should be treated fairly easily. Did you need a whole statement for that? Or could you not have just canceled a few shows or postponed a few shows and said like, hey guys, I'm sick right now? I feel like postponing them and rescheduling them would have probably been better for the fans that were paying so that they could actually see like a good show versus you half-assing it and walking around and making them sing the whole fucking thing. I just don't know that this is really an excuse. But at the same time, as we were talking about with like Kelly Clarkson, it's like we don't know what's happening behind the scenes and the stuff that they're going through like personally. And so I do kind of feel bad because I feel like my personal assessment of what's happening here is that Justin is really struggling mentally right now. He seems to maybe have some issues with alcohol consumption, possibly some other substances. He is not dealing well with the backlash against him. So I'm wondering if he is having like an actual like mental health and or physical health flare-up that has now been misdiagnosed as chronic Lyme. And he's, I don't know, like there's something's wrong. Something is off. He's going through something. So that's all I can say is Justin Timberlake is going through something. And there's a part of me that still really wants to make fun of him because of all the resentment that I have built up over the course of like years upon years of watching him shit on women particularly and get away with it. And also like just do shit that women couldn't get away with doing, like the amount of cultural appropriation he has in his background that most women would have been crucified for. Like, I am sick of Justin Timberlake there not being any sort of consequences for Justin Timberlake's actions. So part of me does want to revel in everything that's happening right now, but at the same time, like, he is a human being, and he should have received a lot of these consequences just earlier in his career. Like, it is kind of fucked up that, like, he's now getting all of the fallout for all of his actions at one time, instead of actually just receiving the consequences for it in the moment, where if he maybe had received more consequences in the moment back in the 90s, maybe he wouldn't have become such a piece of shit douchebag person, you know? Maybe he could have had more opportunities to grow instead of getting settled in his ways and then getting to this point where now he's receiving backlash and he doesn't even know what to do with all of it because it's not something he's ever really experienced before. He doesn't know how to, like, hold himself accountable because he's never had to do it. So, you know, I don't know. I go back and forth between feeling bad for him and also feeling like, well, this is what you get. But something that I do think we should keep in mind, especially all the Britney stans in the audience, let's all remember, as much fun as we're having making fun of Justin Timberlake, he is not the like big enemy. The big enemy, obviously, in Britney world is like Jamie Spears and Lou Taylor and all that. But a step down from them, before we get to Justin, there's a man named Kevin Federline who has announced recently that he's releasing a tell-all book. So, if we're gonna have energy to publicly crucify a man, maybe this is our man. Because Kevin Federline is absolutely a bigger villain in the story of Britney Spears. In terms of, like, you know, Justin Timberlake, he was a fuckboy who did some shitty things to Britney at the beginning of her life. And for the most part, though, I think it is kind of water under the bridge for them. Kevin Federline kind of set the stage for the conservatorship. Because and I didn't even talk about this in my videos on Blackout where I talked about the conservatorship and like the stuff that led to it, and I do kind of regret that. If I could go back, I would add way more about the custody dispute between Britney and Kevin, because it was vicious. It was bad. He really did just leave Britney out to dry and was like kind of torturing her on a public stage. Like it was really gross. I read a book like a month or two ago called Waiting for Britney Spears. It's pretty good. It was written by like a paparazzo who used to follow Britney. So you would think that it would be like really trashy tabloid shit. And like it kind of dips into that area like a little bit, but it also is like a very good memoir of this author who was working in the tabloid industry at the time. And he has like a very interesting perspective on it. And it is actually really like nuanced in looking at that time and how people got into that line of work and how you get kind of like trapped in that line of work to a certain degree. And also the ways that like the paparazzos were kind of like fall guys for the stuff that like tabloids were having them do. Like the fact is that everyone's rage got aimed at like paparazzos, and most of that did not actually get aimed at the publications who were profiting off of their work. So it is a very like interesting, nuanced take, but he kind of centers the story sort of around Britney as like the person that everyone wanted followed, you know? She was like the center. She was at like the center of a hurricane in 2000s tabloid culture. So he talks about her quite a bit. And as he's discussing the like stuff with Kevin Federline and the custody disputes and the stuff that led up to the conservatorship, it was like, man, I forgot how bad it was. Like, as they run through it, and he's talking about like the stuff that the judge was saying and the stuff that the judge had decided, it's like, oh my God. She just got fucked over by everyone. And Kevin Federline had a huge hand in that. So yeah, fuck Kevin Federline. And it does seem incredibly telling that this book is coming out right now. Because I get like, okay, yeah, your kids are 18, so maybe you feel like you don't have to be as protective or whatever of them or their mom. But it also feels very suspicious of like, oh, okay, your kids just turned 18. You're not getting child support checks from Britney anymore. You need something else. You need to get a job. You need to get a job, but not stay away from her. He didn't take that part of advice from Miss Demi Lovato. He decided to get a job by writing a tell-all book about their lives. And who knows, I'm gonna guess that the book isn't even gonna have that many details about Britney in it, because I think that Britney's legal resources at this point are quite a bit higher than Kevin's legal resources, because I clicked on an ad. The ads are so intense too. I don't have any ad blockers on this browser because this is just what I use for the streams. And it's so annoying when I'm like trying to open up a page and they have that thing pop up of like, turn your ad blocker off to view this. So I'm like, okay, won't have an ad blocker on this one and I'll just deal with the ads. But it's like, oh, they're just so invasive. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Look at his smug face. Oh yeah, I'm sure, because one of the reasons he had such good legal representation before is that the court decided that Britney had to pay his attorneys. So with that not happening anymore, there's no way, like, Britney's legal team will probably quash a lot of stuff that he could write in that tell-all. But he's still gonna write stuff that just is meant to make her look insane, and Britney's former team is definitely still, like, putting stuff into TMZ to try to, like, get momentum for people, like, supporting a new conservatorship being placed over her, so I'm already very upset and annoyed about it. But we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I kind of hate him. He was kind of hot, though. Like, at the time. Like, when you go back and you look at, like, Britney and Kevin Chaotic, I'm like, I get it. I get how she got so hooked, because he was very good looking. But anyway, those are our new inclusions. Or not inclusions, but those are our new contenders. So we have Justin Timberlake could be included. Lindsay Lohan, if she releases Xanax, instantly in the bracket. Instant inclusion. Kelly Clarkson, I think at least we've discussed her enough that she's a part of the conversation. She's here. And then, yeah, Demi Lovato. Now, what I've been listening to a lot recently is Hayley Williams in her new album. I was going to have her slides today because she just released a bunch of stuff, but I think with Hayley, in order to really appreciate the album, we have to kind of understand the lore of Paramore, and so that's like a task in and of itself. And today we have another fairly large task at hand, and we're going to discuss the VMAs, not just the current VMA situation, the nominations, the first time ever on CBS bullshit, But I think that it's really important for us to understand the history of the VMAs and why their downfall is actually so upsetting and so severe. Because I think that a lot of people, especially young people, unless you've really taken the time to educate yourself, you could never really understand how important the VMAs were as an institution in terms of pop culture, unless you really make an effort to understand, because they just haven't been, the VMAs have not mattered the way that they used to for a very long time, and I would like to explore that. So for the rest of the stream, we're gonna go through and we're gonna talk about what the fuck happened to the VMAs. So we're starting early. This is the very first VMA ceremony ever. This is Madonna, 1984, her Like a Virgin performance. This was like 3 years after the debut of MTV. So super early into like the channel itself and their development and the identity of MTV. And also this was very, very early into Madonna's career. So this performance is also incredibly important to Madonna's artistic identity and what she would become known for. So in this performance, I wish I could play more like clips and stuff of it, but I'm definitely gonna get claimed for that. But this was a performance where Madonna came down. She had like a big wedding cake. Comes down from the wedding cake. She's performing like a virgin. She's got a belt on that says boy toy. It's cute, it's iconic, everyone loves it. She then, what she says is that her like shoe started to fall off. And then to save it, she starts like writhing around on the ground to try to like get the shoe back on and distract from the fact that her shoe was falling off. I think if you actually look at the footage, some of the ways that she describes it in like the order of events doesn't really seem to match up. Like when she starts writhing, it's kind of like before the shoe falls off. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's just myth building that she's doing or if she kind of forgot even what happened on that stage. But like the whole thing that was said afterward is that she was just trying to like correct the fact that her shoe had fallen off, which I think if you review the footage doesn't totally seem true. But it's okay. I think it was like partially true at least. At some point the shoe did start to fall off. That part is true. But she was like writhing on the ground and she like her skirt comes up. You see some of her underwear and she kind of starts like going like this at a few points. It's very suggestive. It's very sexual. It's pretty tame compared to like other stuff that would happen later. But at the moment, this was like a big deal. It was incredibly sexual. People were not happy. I guess she, I think that like after the performance, she was like specifically told like your career is over because people were so scandalized by it. But of course her career was not over. Her career thrived afterward. But this is where Madonna starts to kind of be known as like a controversial, scandalous, provocative artist. And it also is where the VMAs established themselves as the provocative, scandalous award show. So throughout the VMAs history, it was always really existing in contrast to something like the Grammys, which are more prestigious, but also kind of like stuffy and boring. Like that's the award show that everyone takes super seriously, so people don't generally take risks at the ceremony. Whereas MTV, young, fresh, channel that was playing like more kind of provocative-ish music, like stuff that maybe would get your parents mad at you for watching. And then the VMAs themselves, it was, first of all, a fan-voted award, so it doesn't have that same sort of like prestigious attachment to it of like, oh, there's an academy that votes on it. It's not as stuffy. Again, it's just like, here's the shit that's popular, and then we have fans voting on it. And then also you don't have to do the same kind of like campaigning that you normally would for like the Grammys or the Oscars or something, where there's an academy. There's like whole campaigns that celebrities do behind the scenes where they're like doing luncheons with people and like trying to get these like academy voters to notice them and to like them and pay attention to them so that they'll vote for them and then they'll get the awards. That's not happening at the VMAs. There's no one for you to suck up to. It's just your fans, you know? If you have a lot of fans that vote for you, you get the award. If no one really cares about you culturally, you don't get the award. So there's a lot of just stuff in the basics of like the bones of the VMAs that make it a more exciting place than the Grammys or I don't know what else, the American Music Awards, whatever other televised award show you have. And also they were live, like really, really live. A lot of other award shows, they'll like call themselves live, but they are on like a pretty significant delay. And like the AMAs, we saw this last year, this a couple months ago, that like two of the performances, Blake Shelton's performance and Gwen Stefani's performance, those weren't even live when the AMAs were happening. Those are pre-recorded performances that they passed off as like live performances. The VMAs wasn't doing shit like that. The VMAs was live, which meant that shit could go wrong, and shit often did go wrong. So even when you have this story here about the wardrobe malfunction, whether or not that's true, that still adds to the excitement of the ceremony. Is like, there could be a wardrobe malfunction at any moment, and you're gonna see it. Because it is actually live. Now, they're also... So Michael Jackson was, a big deal at the time, especially in terms of music videos, which that's what MTV was supposed to do, is just play music videos. It is interesting to acknowledge the fact that at the very first VMA Awards, Michael Jackson was nominated for Video of the Year for Thriller. Didn't win. So I would argue that, people lose undeservingly and win undeservingly at the Grammys all the time. But I think with the VMAs, the thing that people actually care about is the VMA ceremony. It's the performances. People don't care so much about who wins the awards. It's not really about that. It's about the performances. But this is also very important to who did, I don't even remember. I really have no idea. Because I know it's someone that, like, when I saw who actually won, I was like, I've never seen that video in my fucking life. But Michael Jackson and his ascendance on MTV and his importance on MTV also was very symbolic of MTV having to pay more attention to Black artists. Because for a long time, even Michael Jackson had some struggles getting played on MTV. But it just got to a point where it's like, well, you can't deny that Michael Jackson is, like, the biggest artist in pop music, and he is doing like big spectacular music videos that if you're MTV, you absolutely should be playing. So Michael Jackson is also very important to the story of MTV and the VMAs. So even though he didn't win for Thriller, I think he won some other awards that night, but just not the Video of the Year. Even though he didn't win, he would a few years later was given the Video Vanguard Award, which then a few years after that was renamed as the Michael Jackson Video Vanguard Award. So that's just an important part of the VMAs. And an important part of music history is the importance of Michael Jackson and how Michael Jackson got Black artists more recognition on mainstream TV. Now, in addition to that, there also have been even though the performances are very important, the spectacle of the VMAs was never isolated to just the musical performances. The whole night was the spectacle, including the announcers and the people presenting the awards and the red carpet and the after shows. Like, the whole night was just kind of a night of chaos, which can be seen in this 1989 little, I think he was presenting for Cher. He was like announcing that Cher was about to perform. But this is when Andrew Dice Clay went completely off script, getting him a lifetime ban from MTV, and saying stuff again on live TV where it was not being cut, especially in this time, because this is pre Janet Jackson's Super Bowl, which then implemented the the 6-second delay or whatever a lot of networks are on now. This is before that time. So this is something that just played live on TV, which you could you would never, as much as the Madonna performance, there could be a similar Madonna performance now that wouldn't get anywhere near the amount of coverage and scandal that it got at the time. This, you couldn't say this currently.
Good evening, ladies, and good evening, gents. I'd like to welcome you to this event. My name is Dice. I'm here to say I was born in Brooklyn, Sheepshead Bay. Come a long way to make you smile. I'm gonna do it different, gonna do it Dice style.
Men used to be so much more theatrical.
Well, Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating her curds and whey. One came a Spidey, sat them beside, he said, hey, what's in the bowl, bitch? Oh! Jack and Jill went up the hill, both with $1.25. Jill came down with $2.50. Oh! Little boy Blue, he needed the money. You're a pretty good crowd. You seem to know those. So I'll give you a few new poems. Rockabye baby on the treetop. Your mother's a whore, I ain't your pop. Jack Sprat could eat no fat, his wife could eat no lean. So Jack ignored her flabby tits and licked the air so clean. Oh! Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is what live TV used to be like. And it goes on. He says some other stuff. There's a lot about, having sex with fat chicks is what a lot of it ends up being. It's an interesting little monologue. But it's like, damn. As much as I'm not necessarily happy about everything he's saying, I don't know. I just wish we had that excitement of, the idea that you can go on stage and just be like, you licked her ass so clean. You know? People don't say that anymore. Because they can't. Because of the fucking delay. You'd get censored the whole time. Your mother's a whore. You can't even say that on TV anymore. They'll censor you. And it's fine. Men probably shouldn't be calling women whores on TV. I'm not, missing that era. I just miss the excitement of it. But so that's kind of what, that's, what the VMAs was kind of known for at this point. is, anything could happen. Anyone could say anything. Oh, shit. And then you also... This is, I think, 1990 exactly. This is another Madonna performance of her doing Vogue. This one's not, like, super scandalous or anything. I don't think there was a whole lot of... Maybe there was controversy after this, because there are a few moments that are maybe a little saucy, but this is also just an incredible performance. Like, if you've never watched this performance of Vogue, it's so fucking good. Just so good. And good in a way that you couldn't really do on, like, the Grammys or something else. Because it's so, like, kind of campy and fun and funny. She's not even singing during it. She doesn't even have a microphone on, which I do wish more pop stars would do. Like, if you're gonna lip sync, just don't have the microphone. Don't pretend that you're lip syncing. Just perform. Just lean in. But whatever. People don't do that. She did it this time. I loved it. Then you had Prince just showing his ass on TV. That was great. This was 1991. Same ceremony. Mariah Carey did a whistle note live, which was crazy. The guys from Poison also got into, like, a fist fight. A lot of stuff from this era, like late 80s, early 90s. It's a lot of dudes getting kind of rowdy, which is interesting because I think that there is definitely a turning point with the VMAs where, like, what the men didn't matter as much. But at this time, like late 80s, 90s, men were definitely getting pretty rowdy. Being more interesting. Men used to be so much more interesting. Now they're, oh shit, now they're just so boring. We also, during this time, so if you know anything about Pee Wee Herman, he obviously was like, you know, he's like a character. I never watched Pee Wee Herman, so I don't even know really what totally he did, but it was like Pee Wee Herman's Playhouse. I think it was like family friendly and stuff. But then in 1991, he unfortunately got caught in a adult film theater and got arrested for indecent exposure. It was total bullshit. Like, it was a sting operation where the cops were in there for like hours just trying to like arrest people for like masturbating in the theater. But it's like, if the theater's showing porn, what else were you gonna do in there? Like, I don't think people should masturbate in public. Obviously that's gross, but like, if you go into a theater that's playing porn specifically, you know what to expect. So the whole thing was bullshit, but it was a big scandal at the time. And people really turned on Pee-wee. His show got taken off of CBS. Stores stopped carrying like his merchandise. It was pretty fucked up. But that same year, after all that happened,
Liberty Mutual.
Don't look at this. Don't get Liberty Mutual. Don't look at the ad. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. But while all other like network TV was turning its back on Pee-wee and being super prudish and weird about it, MTV lets him open the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, MTV is proud to introduce someone who has been a friend for a long time.
jokes lately? What was that one? Oh, so funny I forgot to laugh.
Thank you very much. That really means a lot to me.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. All right, okay, shut up.
Now, I just have one thing that I'd like to say to all of you out here and to everyone in the nation, and that is,
welcome to the 1991 MTV Video Music Awards!
So that's just like, that's kind of what the VMAs were. They were sort of like the place for the outcast, the people that kind of got turned away from network TV. And as someone was pointing out in the chat, it was a way to target gay people, to be honest. Yeah, that was a big part of it too. There was a lot of like underlying homophobia in it too. But the VMAs were the place where you could be kind of scandalous, where you could get caught in an adult film theater jerking it, and people would gleefully applaud you opening the show. And that's, you know, that's an important space for us to have as a culture, you know? We need places that do embrace the people that got kicked out of, you know, the acceptance of middle America. Then 1992, there was a lot of stuff at this show too, which again, a lot of it surrounded men, and men getting rowdy, and men being kind of fun. So one of the first things was Nirvana was like in a dispute with MTV about the song that he was going to play. They wanted him to play Smells Like Teen Spirit, because obviously that was like the big hit that Nirvana had at the time. They wanted to play Rape Me, which is an anti-rape song for the record, but definitely not a song that you necessarily want played on television. Or I guess MTV didn't want played on television, because even MTV is kind of stuck up sometimes, but they didn't want them playing it. But because it's live, the first few notes they did still play. They started to play it and then switched into the other song that they like compromised on. But it was still like, it's that excitement of like, oh shit, they're gonna play it. But then they switched to another one. But this whole night was kind of crazy for Nirvana and Kurt Cobain. So he got into like some fights backstage with Axl Rose of Guns N' Roses. I'm not really even sure why, like what they were fighting on. Last time when the guys from Poison got into a fist fight, I don't know why they were fighting either. But it was just like, men were just always kind of fighting at the time. And like fist fighting too, because that's what they do. And at one point, Kurt, because Guns N' Roses was gonna play a song later, and they were playing with Elton John, but I don't know if Kurt knew that at the time. He just knew that they were playing, and he saw the piano set up for their set, and so he went and spit on the keys, thinking that it was Axl Rose's piano. Turns out it was Elton John's piano. So Elton John might have gotten some of Kurt Cobain's spit on his little fingers. But that's just history. This is also... There was a lot of stuff that happened during this time. Like, just a lot of men fighting with each other. Then, a few years later, Kurt Cobain dies. Courtney Love plays with Hole. This is their first like appearance since Kurt Cobain's death. They do a song. It's like fine. I don't think there's anything super memorable about the performance. I have watched it before, but I don't really remember anything from it. But the more iconic thing that happened on this evening was actually during the after show. And since when has an award show after show actually mattered? In this instance, it did, because Courtney Love throws her compact at Madonna, who's doing an interview.
It's reflection of that, but it's also.
Hi, Courtney. That's Courtney, everybody's favorite
Come on up.
Should we let her come up?
Yeah.
No, don't, please.
Come on, Courtney. Come on up. Courtney's coming up. Well, come up.
Courtney Love is in dire need of attention right now. If she's throwing her compact at me.
I'll just stand over here. We'll do it together.
Hi. Good.
Yeah, so then they do like a whole interview thing that's kind of awkward and weird, but most iconic thing, throwing her compact at Madonna. Very fun. Also that same night, actually, let's go back to this. Very iconic Michael Jackson performance. Can't watch much of that because of the copyright, but like, I mean, the guy could perform. Definitely molested those kids, but he really could perform. And this is like a 15-minute set too, like, it was incredible. Then, 1996, Oasis, again, the men just keep fighting with each other. Oasis, in this instance, it was the two brothers, Liam and Noel, or whatever the fuck their names are. They were like fighting on stage during their performance. I think at one point, Liam, is that the main one? Which one is this? Is this Liam or is this Noel? Whatever way, whichever one was singing, at one point just like, he dropped his mic and I think he just walked off of the stage, which was crazy. Then we had Fiona Apple's speech, which pissed a lot of people off at the time, which now I'm like, it's another one of those things where I'm like, I wonder if people would get mad about this today, because it was such a nothing moment, but people definitely don't look at the ad. Don't buy their stuff. It was a bank, but...
I didn't prepare a speech, and I'm sorry, but I'm glad that I didn't, because I'm not going to do this like everybody else does it. Because everybody that I should be thanking, I'm really sorry, but I have to use this time. See, Maya Angelou said that we as human beings, at our best, can only create opportunities. And I'm going to use this opportunity the way that I want to use it. So what I want to say is, everybody out there that's watching, everybody that's watching this world is bullshit. And you shouldn't model your life. Wait a second. You shouldn't model your life about what you think that we think is cool and what we're wearing and what we're saying and everything. Go with yourself. Go with yourself. And there's just a few people that I want to say something to. I want to say, Mama, I love you. I'm so...
Yeah, people got very upset about that, and I still don't understand why. It's like she barely said anything. But that's, again, it was live. You can take the moment to say whatever you want, and she said, this world is bullshit. And I love Fiona. She is one of my all-time faves. I'm a big Fiona stan. Then the next year, this was 1998, Rose McGowan's outfit. We're not going to talk about the person she came to the award ceremony with, but she did come with someone else. Her tits were just fully out. Because, like I said, it's not just about the award ceremony itself. It's not just about the performances. It's also about the entire event. Like, there was also, I didn't have it in the slides, but I think it was Lil Kim, maybe? I think it was Lil Kim who came and she just had like a flower over her tit. Incredible outfits. Some of the most, like, just outfits you could not wear to any other award show. What was her reasoning for this outfit? Oh, I didn't even hear what her reasoning was. I just know the outfit. But she looked incredible. Also, that same night, there was... Because MTV really would lean into, like, the celebrity of everything. And at the time, Mariah Carey and Whitney Houston were really being pitted against each other. as like rivals in the industry, even though I'm not sure that there actually was any sort of real beef between them. Like Britney and Christina, there for sure was. I don't know if Mariah and Whitney actually disliked each other, or if that was just fully made up for just like, you know, just the media pitting women against each other. I'm not sure, but either way, they came out wearing the exact same dress, presenting an award together, because this is what the VMAs would do, is they would lean in to tabloid stories in ways that were really exciting and really just iconic. Like, and they both look so good too. Just incredible. Just incredible. Then, okay, so yeah, we do have a photo of them in the slides. They look so good. Then, in 1999, someone would premiere their first, like, VMA performance. And I just, when this performer made their VMA debut, it's like nothing would ever be the same again. And of course, we're talking about Miss Britney Spears. Her 1999 performance, which she did with NSYNC, so they couldn't let her have her own moment, but it is an incredible performance. It's not her most iconic performance. I wouldn't even say, like, it definitely is lower on the list of most iconic Britney performances, but it is an incredible performance. She's so good. She has such stage presence. It's also like, it's weird in ways that like a great Britney performance is kind of weird. Like there's a part where she's singing live for most of it, but there's a part where she's lip syncing like a spoken word thing. And it's her going, right now I'd like to introduce to you some friends of mine. And it's like just the cadence of it is strange. The fact that she's lip syncing it is kind of strange when she's singing the actual song, but it works. It gets this like hold on you where you're like, oh, that was weird. That was a weird way for her to do that. But it's just, oh, no one has ever done it like her. No one had done it like her before, and no one has done it like her since. Britney at the VMAs was just like magnificent. It was just magic in ways that I can't even put into words. And then the NSYNC came out and no one cared. People only care about her part of the performance. What the fuck did NSYNC even perform that night? What song did they sing? I don't know. I have no idea. Because who cares? But this is where we get just a string of incredible Britney performances. So this was the year 2000. First of all, she was introduced by Sean Fanning in a Metallica t-shirt. So, Sean Fanning was the founder of Napster, which Metallica had a big issue with because it was basically just it was like LimeWire, it was like a file sharing thing. Piracy. The guys from Metallica really hated it, but here was Sean Fanning at the VMAs wearing a Metallica t-shirt. Again, it's just iconic. It's just leaning in to the spectacle and to the tabloid shit, you know, like feuding and all that fun stuff. Britney and Christina then introduced Whitney Houston together at the peak of their feud, wearing kind of similar outfits.
For the both of us. Yes, it has. Getting to perform on stage at Radio City, meeting Janet Jackson, Eminem. Anyway. Well, the one thing that would make
Christina had beef with Eminem at the time, which we are fully on Christina's side with that one. But that's a fun little reference.
Well, the one thing that would make this night complete for us on a personal level is to bring out a singer who needs no introduction at all. And we don't even need to say her name. Just listen to her voice.
insane. What an insane moment. There also, this same night was, what was the beef? It was a lot of just like competitive stuff between Britney and Christina and people pitting them against each other, but them both kind of like leaning into it and buying into it, especially Christina, who, you know, I love both of them. I'm definitely more of a Britney stan than I am a Christina stan. But I do love Christina too, but Christina definitely was more of like a diva and a little bit more combative in a lot of ways. But it's still iconic. Christina that night also had a performance with Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit, whom I guess my dad is now a fan of. I don't know how that happened. My mom told me the other day. He's gross. He's gross, gross, gross. But she did a performance with Fred Durst that night, which was a pretty big deal at the time because Fred Durst, Limp Bizkit, they were like on the new metal thing, which was incredibly anti-pop in a very misogynistic way, you know, of like the girls and the gay boys listen to pop music, which makes it stupid. And we do new metal, which is so cool and so serious. That's the real art right there, is new metal. Limp Bizkit. But yeah, he ran a very, he was kind of a leader in a sense of like this very anti-pop attitude that many toxic young men had. So him performing with Christina Aguilera was kind of like a big thing at the time, that like he's legitimizing Christina, which is insane to think of now. Like, Fred Durst could legitimize Christina Aguilera? Please. The idea of Fred Durst being a more serious musician than Christina Aguilera. Crazy. That was the performance that everyone thought Christina and Fred Durst were dating. Yeah, see, this was the problem, is that because he was getting shit for doing music, doing a performance with a pop star, like especially like a bubblegum pop star like Christina was at the time, he then tried to say that he only did the performance to like get some from Christina, which she then said he didn't get any. But he claimed that they had sex because he's a gross person. And that's another thing too, as much as we shit on Justin Timberlake for the interviews that he did after he broke up with Britney, where he was talking about their sex life or whatever, those were gross and we should give him shit for that. They are nothing in comparison to the interview that Fred Durst gave Howard Stern after he allegedly dated Britney. I do think they probably dated, but he was literally like on Howard Stern shows, like talking about like her grooming. It was disgusting. He is disgusting. But that's how they were at the time. Also, there was an Eminem performance the same night, 2000, where he had like all the different Slim Shadys in, like they were like outside and then they went inside the building. It is pretty iconic. I'm not putting footage up here because fuck that man, but it was an iconic performance. Yeah, Fred is such a weirdo. He did that with Halle Berry too. Yeah, Fred is just gross, like just overall. He's gross. He's kind of like a more sort of blatant Charlie Puth. Like how Charlie Puth keeps being hella nasty with women, but in a more subtle way than Fred Durst ever was. Charlie Puth is gross too. Then 2001, obviously we have really like the best VMA performance of all time. Like truly. And you know, why don't we like Eminem? Well, for a variety of reasons. And I'm not as harsh on him as some people are, because, like, I'm also, like, I'm from Michigan. So there is, like, a certain thing of, like, because Eminem is, you know, like a Detroit person, there's just like a level of ownership that a lot of people from Michigan feel for him. So I still do have I have some respect for Eminem. I do think he's very talented and very important in the history of music, just the history of music. But he was incredibly misogynistic. I don't know that he is currently saying anything that crazy, but at the time he had like a whole thing, and that was his beef with Christina, is that she had said something about how she thought it was a little fucked up for him to write an entire song about him, like, murdering his baby mama and then having his, like, daughter in the song burying the body with him. So, like, it was a very gross song, and Christina was pointing out the misogyny of it, and then that made Eminem very upset, and so he started making references to, like, having sex with Christina in his music. Didn't he talk shit about Megan Thee Stallion? He might have. I'm not sure. There were a few things that I think he did recently, like freestyles and stuff, where he might have said similarly misogynistic stuff about maybe Megan. And then I think at one point he said something about Lana Del Rey. But that was quite a while ago. But whatever. Back to Britney. This is the greatest VMA performance of all time. Like, it really is. And it's hard for me to think of any performance ever topping it, because there was the shock of it, the fact that she had this big python around herself. She also started the performance. Everyone talks about the snake. No one ever really talks about the fact that she started the performance in a cage with a live tiger. And not only was it just a tiger, it was also, there was a tiger person in there with her, like, you know, I don't know what they call it, like an animal keeper or something, tiger keeper. He was, that was one of the guys from Tiger King. I don't remember what his name was, Doc something. It wasn't the main guy. It wasn't like Tiger King, whatever. What was his name? Let me find. Doc Antle. Britney Spears, Doc Antle. There's a photo of them together. It's Doc Antle with the tiger and Britney right before they went on stage. Yeah, Joe Exotic. He's like the main guy. Yeah. So starts the performance in a cage with a live tiger and Doc Antle. Then she has the python around herself. Crazy. She also is just like, she's performing at a level that other people can't fucking perform. Like, the stage presence is unbelievable. The dancing is unbelievable. The choreography is unbelievable. Nothing will ever top this. This is one of the greatest performances, one of the greatest televised performances ever. Just in the history of ever. So Britney was like really, really on a roll. 3 iconic performances in a roll. And then next year, she didn't perform, but she was a part of a very iconic moment. So she presented this award to Michael Jackson. It actually wasn't an award. It was just like a celebratory birthday thing. But because she said in her speech, in my opinion, he's the artist of the millennium, he heard that backstage and then thought that he was receiving an award for Artist of the Millennium. So he he had like an acceptance speech where he's like, thank you so much for voting for me for Artist of the Millennium. Which is just a funny little moment. But also, she looks incredible. That's all I really care about. And, you know, it's like, even when she wasn't performing, she just managed to find her way into an iconic moment. But then the next year, another super iconic moment. So this is when MTV was not afraid to like reference itself and lean into its own iconography, like with the Madonna VMA performance and her Like a Virgin performance with the wedding dress and the big cake. They mimic that in this performance. They've even got, you can't see it in this photo, but they did have like the boy toy belts at one point. This is also just one of the most iconic performances ever. And it's them leaning into their own legacy in a way that makes sense and is also something new. Whenever you see MTV or the VMAs leaning into their previous legacy, it's usually just them like putting up some reference to the 2001 Slave for You performance. And it's just that. It's just a reference. It's not anything new. This was something where it's like, it's a reference to Madonna's original performance at the first VMAs. But it also is something new. There's Britney and Christina there, and then they kiss on stage. And it was scandalous, and everyone was like, what? That's crazy. But it's also like, who cares? It was literally just like one little kiss. But of course, people were easily scandalized at the time. Now, what's funny about it, too, is the fact that Britney and Christina both kissed Madonna during that performance. No one remembers Christina doing it, in part because as Christina was kissing Madonna, the switcher switched to a crowd shot of Justin Timberlake because Britney and Justin had just broken up. So like they wanted the reaction shot of Justin watching Britney kiss Madonna, and in doing so, they cut Christina's kiss with Madonna out completely, which does suck for Christina that she kind of got the bad end of that incident that no one even remembers. And then she was shady about it later. She was like, oh, Britney had to kiss Madonna because she needs controversy or whatever. And it's like, well, but you also kissed her, though. You're just upset that no one remembers you doing it. At the same time, though, I do kind of miss when award shows were leaning into the drama of like, oh, Britney is kissing Madonna. Let's see what Justin Timberlake looks like right now. Like, that is kind of what I want to see. You know? Poorly timed moment, but I think the instincts were right in terms of the director of the show being like, we gotta get Justin's reaction. Now, rehearsal footage has since leaked. So if you want to see Madonna kissing Christina, there is footage of it. See, even though it's like still a much more tame kiss in the first place, I think even if they had shown the kiss between Madonna and Christina, Britney still would have been the bigger deal. Because Britney, like, went for it. Britney was, like, open mouth. You could see a little bit of her tongue. It was good. But also, look at this. She fucking Che Guevara t-shirt. That is also super iconic. But then the whole thing is iconic. Christina and Britney, again, were, like, in the midst of a feud. Supposedly, they really didn't even like talk to each other much during the rehearsal or anything, but they both respected Madonna so much that they were like, well, I can't not be in the Madonna performance, because they're both such like children of Madonna, you know? It's like Addison Rae and Chappell Roan, not that they're feuding or anything, but like they're both clearly like big fans of Lady Gaga, and it like shows in their performances. The same thing with like Britney and Christina and their love of Madonna. So this was a big, like, passing of the torch moment. It was iconic for those reasons. It was iconic for the feud reasons. It was iconic because of the reference to Madonna's first controversial performance at the first VMAs. Also, the fact that they end the song, like, the biggest pop stars on the planet end the song doing Hollywood Madonna's song from her, what was the, I don't remember what album that was, but her album at the time. Biggest pop stars on the planet singing the lyrics. Music stations always play the same song. We're bored of the concept of right and wrong. It's like, what, that is, where are you gonna get something like that? Of the biggest pop stars on the planet saying that fuck radio stations and how toothless they are. Incredible. Incredible. And then at one point during the performance, when Britney's walking down the stage, she puts her microphone in between her tits. They don't do moments like this. There are no moments like this on TV anymore. Anyway, this same night was the first night that Beyonce performed solo. Like, it was her first performance outside of Destiny's Child, but she also did perform with Jay-Z that night. So that was really kind of the establishment of, like, Jay-Z and Beyonce are now, like, together. They're, like, not just a couple, but, like, their celebrities are joined. So this is a very important night on many fronts. Unfortunately, while Britney was the queen of the VMAs, and almost every performance she's ever done has been insanely iconic, one of them was iconic not for the best reason. Yes, American Life, that is the name of the album. One of the performances was iconic not for the desired reasons. So obviously the 2007 VMA performance from Britney, not her best. And this is kind of where it becomes... Here's the thing. This is not the worst performance of Britney's career. There were worse performances later, especially when you get into like 2011, when she was, I would argue, pretty clearly being drugged by her team. Seemed pretty out of it. Those performances never got the same kind of scrutiny. Number one, because they didn't happen at the VMAs, and the VMAs was such a like hub of culture that obviously people were just talking about it a lot. But also, when she was performing on like Good Morning America or Jimmy Fallon, or not Jimmy Fallon, but Jimmy Kimmel in 2011, even though those performances were worse, the like editing and everything was a little bit more flattering. Whereas at the VMAs, it almost seemed like they were, like they knew. The people running the show knew that the performance was going to be a disaster from the beginning. They let her go on stage anyway. Then while she was on stage, they were not editing it to try to make it more flattering for Britney. They were not, like, really doing their best to try to reduce the damage. They let her embarrass herself. So this is kind of the dark side of the VMAs, where yes, it is exciting because it's the place where anything can happen. It's the place where people lean into scandal and people take part in like the spectacle of celebrity in ways that can be kind of like trashy and gross, but in a way that's still kind of fun. But there also were parts of that, obviously, where it was like they were just kind of letting people embarrass themselves for the fun of it and for the media spectacle of it. And that was especially true with how women were treated, not just at the VMAs or MTV, but like in the culture, is that people wanted to watch women fall on their faces. And this was one of the biggest examples of that. That being said, still iconic. Even when she was not doing well, she was not doing well in a way that was incredibly memorable and important. The following year, they finally give Britney VMA awards, almost as like an apology. At this point, from 1999 to 2008, Britney had not won any VMAs, which is crazy. But again, the awards don't really matter as much as the performances, but that's still, what a load of horse shit. It took until 2008 for them to give her awards, finally. And for like what? For the Give Me More music video? Or for Piece of Me? Like, those aren't even her best videos. They're fine. But they're not her best. But whatever. Then, 2009. This I really think was the last time the VMAs really, really mattered. Coincidentally, it is also the first VMA ceremony that I ever watched in full. Because I was like 13 at the time. So this is my like kind of introduction to the VMAs. And oh my God, if I could go back to any night of my life, I would go back to watching the VMAs for the first time. Because I just remember being mesmerized by it. And I couldn't even, I like had this feeling of like, fuck, this is culture. And unfortunately, it just never reached that peak again. There were definitely moments after this that were exciting, but not like this. The 2009 VMAs was really, really when it like peaked. There was a lot that happened on this night. Obviously, one of the big ones, Kanye West interrupts Taylor Swift's acceptance speech for, I think it was Best Female Pop Video. Now, people will try to kind of like devil's advocate for this and be like, well, he was right. Beyonce did have a bigger video because he said Beyonce had one of the best videos of all time. And he is correct on that statement. However, we don't need to devil's advocate for Kanye in this scenario because while yes, Beyonce did deserve an award for that video, Beyonce got an award for that video. This was Best Female Pop Video. That is what Taylor was accepting. Beyonce, that same night, won Video of the Year. She won the big award of that night. And I think that was probably always the plan. She probably did have the votes, like the fan votes, for female pop video as well. But producers obviously have final say over who gets awarded. And so what producers would do, and then, and which I agree with, I think if you're going to do any sort of producer meddling, this is what you should do, is like, if one celebrity is going to get like all these awards because their fans voted and they're winning in every category, give them the big award, pick like the runner-ups for the others so that the awards ceremony, there's like a piece of dust, not a gnat this time. There's a piece of dust in here, but no gnats. Let it be known. But then you pick the runner-up so that the ceremony isn't just the same person winning an award over and over and over again. So that is what I imagine happened here, where Beyonce was always going to win Video of the Year. The producers knew that, and so they're like, okay, well, Taylor has the next amount of votes. We'll just give it to Taylor for Best Female Pop Video, which is a category, by the way, that doesn't even exist anymore. They have discontinued that category. So, yes, Taylor did win that category that doesn't exist anymore. And Beyonce won Video of the Year. Then, and this is why I like get annoyed when people try to devil's advocate for it, because I'm like, okay, yeah, I get that it seems maybe like he's standing up for Beyonce, and especially with the way that Black women and Black artists in general are treated at award shows, that maybe did seem necessary in the moment. I definitely think it was necessary at some fucking Grammy ceremonies. But again, he did this so early in the night where it's like, but we don't even know all of what Beyonce's won yet. So this is kind of, you're jumping the gun a bit. But then also, when people are trying to defend Kanye, they act as if Beyonce didn't win an award that night. Because, let's be honest, Kanye took that moment from Beyonce too, you know? He interrupted Taylor, but by doing that, he made the conversation about Beyonce's win about her not winning in this category, and now so many people don't even realize that she actually did win the biggest award of the night. And she not only won it, and people forget that she won it, during her acceptance speech, because of what had happened earlier that day, she then brought Taylor Swift back up to finish her acceptance speech. So then Kanye wound up interrupting Taylor's and Beyonce's acceptance speeches because he couldn't just fucking sit down for a little bit. Like, if Taylor had won Video of the Year that night, then okay, say something. But she won the consolation prize. He ruined both of their nights, both of their moments, because of his ego and his need to make himself the center of attention, even though he made it seem like he was doing it on behalf of a scorned woman who wasn't scorned at all. She was just waiting to receive her award. Anyway, bad night for Beyonce in general, because not only did all this shit happen, while her husband was on stage performing Empire State of Mind with Alicia Keys, someone else decided to walk up on stage uninvited and interrupt the entire moment. Now, the thing that I do find very funny about this is that apparently throughout the entire time, so Lil Mama, that's Lil Mama right there, she walks up during their performance, kind of just like stands there and like kind of nods along, and then when they end the performance, she like poses with them. Apparently, while that whole thing was happening, Alicia Keys had no idea. She did not even know that Lil Mama was on the stage with them, which is very funny. But yeah, Beyonce really couldn't catch a fucking break that night. 'Cause here she is, literally trying to stop Lil Mama from going up there. Oh my god. This is why Beyonce doesn't go anywhere anymore. Yeah, and then she just walks up stage. I guess, yeah, she's like behind Alicia the whole time. Alicia would not know. And then, yeah, maybe she does it because she's behind Jay. Yeah, Alicia fully just did not see her. Wow. Yeah, and Lil Mama's career really never recovered. Because that was embarrassing. Like, girl, what were you thinking? Whatever. Also, this same night, a bad thing happened that we didn't realize how bad it was until much later, but Katy Perry and Russell Brand, I think they had met before previously on the set of maybe Get 'Em to the Greek or something, like a movie that they had done. But this is where I think their like relationship began, which is kind of crazy to even think about the time that Katy Perry and Russell Brand were fucking married. Fully married to each other. But this is where they met. Russell also had a very controversial monologue where he called George W. Bush the R word. And then he also had made a joke about the Jonas Brothers purity rings, which then Jordan Sparks, she came back up on stage later that night and then said something to the effect of like, having a purity ring is fine, not everyone wants to be a slut. And it's like, ugh, yeah, what he said wasn't very nice, but that's not it either, girl. But that happened that night as well. Green Day had a good performance that night too. People don't remember that, but I remember it because I really liked it. They like got a whole bunch of people from the crowd on stage with them. Seemed like a huge fire hazard, but they did do it. So that was fun. That's kind of the last time Green Day was like really a part of the conversation in that way. But yeah, and then the big moment of the night for me, I think the big moment for a lot of other people was the Kanye Taylor thing, but for me, the performance of Paparazzi by Lady Gaga. Incredible. This is like the moment for me where I already I think I had the album and everything, and I was like a fan of Lady Gaga's, and I was really like paying attention to her, and I remember being the most excited to see her at the VMAs. Like, I think that really was like the reason that I was watching, is like, I want to see Lady Gaga perform. And everyone else is just like bonus. But this was where it like really was just cemented for me of like, that is my bitch forever. I've never gone back. That was it for me. That was all I needed. Was just this one performance. I really wish we could just watch stuff. Because I just want to watch these performances. But yeah, that was such a moment. And if only the VMAs had mattered for a little bit longer, and we could have gotten like the same kind of run that Britney had at the VMAs. We could have had that for Gaga. And she did have 2 other performances that were still good. But the VMAs just never really topped this night. It was all downhill from here. Yeah, also great Pink performance. Yeah, nothing really will beat this night. Oh yeah, and she also wore, so this is like a thing that this is definitely kind of part of the references for like the whole Mayhem ball look. Like some of the outfits are very based on this. And there's Eminem seeming a little put off, a little unsure of himself and where he's at and why he's with this person. But that was just iconic. What an iconic night for everyone. Yeah, exactly. I didn't realize that this performance was the same year. Just a testament to how iconic it was. It wasn't overshadowed by Ye Taylor debacle. I know. And also, while we're talking about that and like timing and everything, this happened like 2 days before 9/11. Like this performance happened and then 9/11 happened. And still, this story did not get buried because it was too iconic. Next year, we have Gaga's meat dress. Also iconic. She wasn't wearing a meat dress at the Grammys. No, she was not. The next year, there's the Joe Calderone performance. And now I do like... I like the performance. I think it's like campy and kind of fun, but it definitely was the moment where a lot of people started to turn on Gaga because it was a little much, and it was very cringe. I'm not even gonna lie. I got a bit of secondhand embarrassment watching it, but at the same time I was like, but that's still iconic because she's really just going for it. But this is definitely where I would say the VMAs in general starts to kind of lose its spark, where it's like this performance was Gaga trying to be very over the top and like lean into the spectacle of the night, but in a way that was just so blatant where it does start to feel like, okay, we're trying a little too hard now. We're doing a little bit too much work to do something controversial or grandiose or noteworthy. We shouldn't have to put this much work into creating an iconic moment, but it is still iconic. Also, the same night, Gaga was presenting an award. They finally gave Britney the Video Vanguard Award. Awful tribute performance. Terrible. They just had it was like 2 minutes long. They had some kids come up and like dance to like a mega mix of Britney songs, and then that was it. Whereas like everyone else, when they get their Video Vanguard Award, they do like a 15-minute set. And I understand, I think that because this was 2011, so I think that Britney maybe didn't want to perform, because that's kind of, even the performances that she had been doing that whole year, it seemed like she didn't really want to perform them. But at that point, can you not just have other artists come up and like do something? Like all the people who are inspired by Britney, like Gaga could have gone up and done like a Britney song. There were other artists there, like Selena Gomez could have done something. Taylor Swift had actually been, she had like gone to one of the camps that was financed by Britney, by the Britney Spears Foundation in the early 2000s. So like Taylor Swift has a connection to Britney Spears in like her early kind of songwriting days when she was a teenager. She went to one of the Britney Spears camps. So like she could have done something. There were a lot of options for that tribute performance, and they just completely, I'm still pissed about it, honestly. But I think that they need to redo it. I get that she already got the award. I don't care. Give it to her again. She is the most iconic performer at the VMAs ever. She deserved a better performance, and I still think that she's owed one. And it makes me sad too that like Gaga is sort of a part of that, because she was the one announcing it. She was like the one presenting the Video Vanguard Award to Britney. It's not her fault, obviously. But I also think that it's still a bummer too that Gaga did the whole thing in character as Joe Calderone. I think that Britney deserved a tribute out of character from Lady Gaga. So I just want the whole thing redone. I think that Britney deserves it. And then we have, oh, and also on the same night, this was when Beyonce announced her pregnancy. She did a performance where she had her little baby bump. So that was our first little introduction to Blue Ivy. And then, yes, as someone already pointed out in the chat, we still have Miley and Robin Thicke. Yeah, this I would say is the last truly iconic moment from the VMAs. And not necessarily iconic in the best way. Kind of messy, but also, I guess, charming in that sense. But then there is the inclusion of Robin Thicke and his song Blurred Lines, which is a song that's really just kind of about date rape to an extent. And she's like twerking on him and got her foam finger and like touching his dick with it. Like it's a lot. It was a lot. But it was controversy. It was scandal. People were talking about it. So it was the last time where the VMAs like really, really, truly mattered. Even if Miley was kind of embarrassing herself up there. I did love the giant teddy bears though. Those are real cute. And this is where the one thing that the VMAs did start to implement that was smart and was a part of them adapting to the new media environment, because part of the reason MTV and the VMAs have fallen off so much is that they just have not adapted to the age of the internet. Particularly when it comes to like copyright claims. I know I'm going to get some claims on this stream. I'm just going to fight them. So like if you see the stream down for a couple hours, that's why. But they really were going after anyone who was posting any clips anywhere to a degree that was pretty detrimental to them, because it's like, well, but this is where conversations about music happen, is on the internet and on social media. And if you're copyright striking or copyright claiming everyone who is putting anything about your award show onto the internet, you're stopping the conversation. You are making sure that you are not going to be relevant in the internet age. The one thing they did during this performance that was actually smart was they had on their website audience cams so you could see every different celebrity reacting to the performance as it happened, depending on what cam you were looking at. That was smart. And that's something that they have continued to do. And it is like the most fun part of the VMAs at this point, is getting to watch every other celebrity reacting to what's happening on the VMAs. but that's really kind of the last big iconic moment. There are some other smaller moments. For instance, in 2015, this moment where Miley was hosting the VMAs and Nicki Minaj decided to call her out live on television for a shady thing that Miley had said about Nicki in an interview prior. Nicki very infamously said, "And now back to this bitch who had something to say about me the other day in the press. Miley, what's good?" It's iconic. Yeah, nothing much to say about that. It was an iconic moment. And that was, again, Nicki using the fact that the show is live to her benefit. Also at this show, Taylor introduced Kanye, which seemed to, at the time, put an end to their feud, but it in fact did not. It kept going after that. 2016, we have other good performances. Britney performed at this award show. It was a fine performance, just not really very exciting. She had a much more exciting performance at the Billboard Music Awards that same year. But then other than that, there was... Rihanna, I think, did like 3 separate performances that were all very good. This is the last time it seems like Rihanna really gave a shit about her music. And even her performance, like even when she did the Super Bowl performance, she was pregnant during that one, so it's like more acceptable. But this is the last time we ever really saw Rihanna like perform. Or even show an interest in music, to be honest. There also was a very good Lemonade performance from Beyonce. She did like a whole medley from her album. That was very good. But yeah, that's it. It's like there are decent performances, but there's nothing exciting happening anymore. There's no controversy. There's nothing that's like... There's no messiness even, really. Which is really a shame, because that's what you want in a VMA ceremony, is you want a little messiness. And this is where their ratings start to just continuously drop. So the next year, Katy Perry hosts. It's embarrassing. And this is where like the Katy Perry flop narrative really starts, is in this year with Witness. There was one thing during this show with Fifth Harmony where they came on stage, and then there was like, because Camila Cabello had just left Fifth Harmony. So they started on stage with like 5 people, but they're all kind of like outlines. And then one of them gets like ripped off the stage, and it's like a reference to Camila no longer being in the group. That's the only thing that's really like controversy adjacent. And even then, most people don't care that much because it's Fifth Harmony, you know? It's like if you were in the fandom, that meant something to you. If you weren't, you were just kind of like, oh, what was that? Taylor Swift did premiere the Look What You Made Me Do music video at this ceremony, but again, it's like she could have premiered that on her YouTube channel and it wouldn't have really made much of a difference. It's like, it was fun in the moment to watch it, but it didn't need to happen at the VMAs. And then this ends up being the lowest rated VMAs in the history of the show. No one really cares at this point. And it would just continue to go down from here. It was like the lowest rated at the time. I don't think that they've rebounded at all. Then we get into the COVID era. So this was 2020 exactly. Good performances. Gaga had a good performance. Doja Cat had a good performance. Some other people had good performances, but no controversy. No one really cares. It's very safe. Also, what pisses me off too, again, when we're talking about MTV not adapting to the internet age well, the performance that Gaga did and the performance that Doja did and the performance that anyone did that night, you can't find on YouTube at this point. They're all gone. And it's like, what relevance do you think that your award show is going to have if you keep trying to wipe the footage of it from the internet, which is the place where people are engaging in media. It doesn't make any sense. Ugh. And then there was this moment. So this is where it was almost like they were trying to lean back into the controversy thing, but doing it in a way where everyone was like, no, thank you. Especially because, I mean, this was so bad. So this was right after the trial. This was 2022 when Johnny won the jury verdict. They had a fucking moon man up there with his face in it. He wasn't actually like live. Like people who were there that night say that they didn't see any of this. This was all in like post, that they would just put this up in like the bumper. And then, yeah, just gross. Just really gross. And it's just them completely missing the mark and like trying to be controversial or trying to lean into like pop culture stuff and like celebrity spectacle and completely missing the mark because they're just a bunch of old fucks just making all these decisions. And I think from their perspective, it was like, oh, Johnny Depp won. Everyone is pro Johnny, even though half of the people on the internet who were engaging in the trial, half of those accounts were fake anyway. It was like mostly an authentic activity. But when you actually looked at like pop music forums, like FOMOI and stuff, though I don't even know if FOMOI was, when did FOMOI become a thing on Reddit? Was it around during the trial? It must have been. That was only 3 years ago. But whatever. Like, in pop music forums, like pop celebrity forums that are dominated by like women and gays, the sentiment was never that pro Johnny. Those really were the spaces, other than like the Depp Delusion subreddit, those were the spaces that were the most supportive of Amber Heard. And that was the audience that MTV had. So yeah, you can say that like all of these people on like YouTube and Twitch or whatever who are doing these reaction streams are all pro Johnny. But the people who are actually like caring about the VMAs, like the people on FOMOI, the people on like Popheads, the people who care, not Popheads, like they never really, because they're more of like an actual music subreddit, so they wouldn't have been talking about this at the time. But like the people who were on those subreddits were way, way, way more sympathetic to Amber than the stuff you were seeing elsewhere. And that's the crowd that you should be making your award show for. So many people who otherwise would have enjoyed the VMAs thought that this was so gross. But it's just a bunch of old people making these decisions anyway, and they like Johnny Depp, so they thought this was a good idea. But yeah, it was just gross. And then this was the kiss of death for me. So this is Katy Perry's 2013 VMA performance. Last year, in 2024, it was nominated for the newly minted Most Iconic VMA Performances. It was nominated against Britney, Madonna, Christina 2003 VMA performance, 2009 Lady Gaga, 2000 Eminem, and I think also the 1995 Michael Jackson. Those were the performances that it was up against. Notably, 2001 Britney wasn't even nominated, which is a choice. Either way, this 2013 Roar performance should never have been in the running. It was never, and I know that I'm not like always the biggest Katy Perry stan, So maybe that's partially what it comes from. But I think even if I was a Katy Perry stan, I would have to admit that, like, yeah, no one really cared about that performance. It wasn't even the most iconic performance of the night. This was the same night as the Miley Cyrus Wrecking Ball, or not Wrecking Ball, but Can't Stop Robin Thicke performance. Like, that performance was more iconic than this one. But this is the one that got nominated. And then this is the one that won. Which was absolutely absurd. Because even if you're doing this whole thing of like, well, it's a fan-voted award, so maybe like Katy Perry fans, maybe they inflated the numbers, like they voted over and over again or whatever. Even then, no. Katy Perry, her fandom didn't have the numbers. They just didn't. The Katy Cats were not like in full force in 2024. A lot of them were kind of embarrassed by what was happening with her, especially with the Dr. Luke stuff. There's just you cannot convince me that this was a fair win whatsoever. But she won. Because she was there. Because she came to the award show. Because she got also the Video Vanguard Award that night. And I'm not even going to say that she didn't deserve the Video Vanguard Award. I think she deserved the Video Vanguard Award. She didn't deserve this award. But they gave it to her anyway because she was there. And it's like, at that point, there's no integrity in the voting system. And not that I ever, like, thought that it was completely fair. I always assumed there was a fair amount of producer meddling happening. But this is where it just got confirmed of like, oh no, the votes don't matter at all. Maybe they did at one point, but they don't anymore. The people that they're nominating is based on arbitrary things, like who's showing up to the award show, who can they guarantee will come to the show itself. They don't care about the nominations. They don't care about who gets the award. This is it for me, where I was like, what the fuck is the point of caring? If you're just gonna give it to whoever is the most convenient for you on that night. Because you cannot argue that this is the most iconic VMA performance of all time. Like, that is insane. It isn't even in the running. Like, what the hell? And last year's VMAs, they were boring. They were fine, like there were good performances, but there was nothing exciting happened. Other than, I guess, Chappell Roan yelled at someone on the red carpet. That was the most exciting thing that happened the entire night. And she did that other red carpets too, so it wasn't even special. This is just... Oh shit. Okay, so I guess I'll just show you so that was 2024, so I'll show you the 2025 nominations. Now let's also, as we kind of mentioned earlier, the show is now being simulcast on CBS, which, I mean, this is horrible. I can't even... They've just given up. It can't even just be on MTV anymore. It can't even have its own, like, identity as, like, an MTV institution. It's now just, like, a Paramount production. And you know what else was on CBS this year? The fucking AMAs that no celebrity turned up to, that were boring as shit, that were Republican as shit, that were just like military propaganda, where two of the artists weren't even performing that night. They pre-recorded their entire thing. Like, if the AMAs are a sign of what's to come with the VMAs on CBS this year, the VMAs are done. They will never have the same cultural relevance that they had before. They're over. And especially for it to happen right now, when CBS is on a bunch of bullshit and is like leaning into, and completely capitulating with the demands of the Trump administration, which we've seen with the way that they've like gutted 60 Minutes and the ability that 60 Minutes has to report on the goings on of what our country is doing. And also with the cancellation of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, which they can say is for financial reasons, but it's absolutely not. Because it was the highest rated show in late night, and you just don't cancel a whole show like that. Just for financial reasons that you've known about for like years. Like, yes, late night is not doing very well right now. It's struggling. But there are ways to scale down. You can move from a 1-hour show to a 30-minute show if you need to, like they did at TBS with Conan. You can get rid of the live band like Seth Meyers did. There are a lot of ways for you to scale the budget of the show down that would help relieve some of the financial burden if the ratings are not what they used to be. Though I don't even think they're saying they're losing, like, I don't even remember what they said. They said like millions or something. I don't think they're losing the amount of money that they say that they're losing. I don't. I think that that's some like Hollywood accounting bullshit. But either way, it doesn't make any sense to cancel a late night show just all of a sudden when Stephen Colbert happens to be pissing off the president of the United States. Like, it is very clear what's happening. And ultimately, CBS and MTV are both owned by Paramount, so whether or not this got simulcast on CBS, it still would have been a Paramount production, and it still would have dealt with a lot of the same censorship from Paramount. But this is still just taking it a step further, where now it's not even on, like, cable TV. It's now on network TV, which is under a lot of more restrictions in terms of, like, the FCC, where they literally cannot be as edgy as they once were on MTV because of the FCC regulations. So they've already just gutted any opportunity they had to, like, do something provocative or transgressive. They're not going to, because it's CBS. But then in addition to that, it's like you're also just giving up the entire identity of the channel, where this is no longer an MTV production. This is no longer is even really attached to its own history at this point. Now it's just another thing on CBS. It's the AMAs. It's the AMAs part 2. This is bad. And the thing that sucks about it too is that there's no alternative. It's not like, you know, a new edgy push the boundaries award ceremony came up and MTV is losing relevance in competition with that. No, there's nothing else. There's nothing to replace the platform that the VMAs had. There's nothing to be like the stick it to the man award show that the VMAs represented. It's just over. And we just have fucking bullshit CBS Paramount sponsored slop. It sucks. I'm very upset to find out just the fact that it's going to be on CBS this year. I mean, that is in itself just, it's doomed. We're fucked. Then you go down to the nominations. I don't think I've ever seen anything more abysmal in my life. Why the hell is The Weeknd here? Like, some of these, okay, I can get behind this one, sure. Billie Eilish, this is not my favorite music video. I don't really know why that's here, but okay, fine. Ariana, I did really like that video. This, I love Gaga and I love Bruno. But is the video that special? I don't really think so. Why is Abracadabra not nominated? Why is Disease not nominated? Well, Disease, I guess people didn't care as much about Disease. I care about Disease, but other people really didn't. But that's okay. But Abracadabra absolutely should have been nominated. The fact that that's not here is crazy. That, I guess, okay, fine. This is the only one I think really, really deserves to be here. And I get the Ariana one is good too. And that's the only one where I'm like, okay, yeah, that's video of the year. This one doesn't even matter. Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? And then it's like, where's Anxiety? Even though I don't love this song, the video is great, and Doechii has been on such a good run that, like, Doechii should be represented here. Where's Guess by Charlie XCX? Where's anything by Charlie XCX? Where's like, Tate McRae? Even though I think that she doesn't always stick the landing on some of the stuff she's doing, she's done a lot more interesting music videos than a lot of these. Addison Rae is not nominated at all. It's crazy to me. It's crazy how out of touch it is. And then also, Artist of the Year. Taylor Swift? She didn't do anything. She hasn't done anything since the last VMAs. She ended her tour. That's all she's done. But the last album she did, that got awarded last year. She hasn't done anything else since then. Like, why is she nominated? Because she just has continued to exist? It's so fucking, I can't believe it. I did a whole, I'm not going to go through all of it because I did actually like a live reaction the other day on one of the members streams. So if you want to watch my live reaction to finding out who all was nominated, you can pay me $3.99 a month. But it's my live reaction is, this sucks. This is terrible. What the hell? Yeah, Chappell Roan not nominated. This is awful. And I don't even know. Yeah, and Sabrina not nominated here. How are you gonna... You're gonna nominate her for Video of the Year, but you're not gonna nominate her for Artist of the Year? And yeah, you're not gonna nominate Chappell Roan or... Again, like, I would take a Tate McRae in this category, even. This is crazy. Oh, for getting her albums back, maybe? That's a good point. She did do that. She did do that. But even then, it's like... I don't think that's enough reason. What I think it really is, because there are a lot of rumors about her announcing something at the VMAs. I kind of wonder if that's the plan, that they're gonna give her this award because they want her to be there. And I wish she wouldn't even humor them. I wish that she would just have the, like, I hope that she has the smarts to say, no, I'm not gonna help the VMAs be relevant at this point if they're not gonna do any other work to help themselves out. Man-Child is a great video, though. That one should win. That one should win. Will it win? I don't know. I almost feel like they're just gonna pick a fucking name out of a hat at this point. It's just so random. It doesn't even matter. Yeah, they want to do another Taylor cam. Which, again, as I was saying, you were, I guess asleep, Ophi. But I do think that that's the best innovation that they've had since, like, the digital age, is getting to do the, like, audience cams that you can watch from the website. That is one of the smart things that they've done in adapting to social media and adapting to the internet era. So I guess, yeah, that'll be fun, that we can watch Taylor Swift from a camera, from the audience, if she goes. But I really hope she doesn't. I hope she doesn't humor it. I hope none of them humor it. I hope that it has an even fucking worse turnout than the AMAs. Because the fact that they're even putting this on CBS is so embarrassing and stupid. I hope no one shows up. I hope absolutely no one comes. One person who I know will not be there physically, Miss Gaga, because she is a show that night. And I'm gonna be at that show. So she better not be going to the fucking VMAs. But I am wondering, like, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? I hope Taylor doesn't show. There are a lot of rumors about her coming and announcing a new album, but there were also those same rumors around the AMAs. So hopefully that's a good sign that both are not true. I don't know though. This is just, it's so depressing. It's so depressing. It's like we've just watched years of culture just get eaten. And for what reason? I wish I had money. I wish I would put on my own award show and it would be so fun. That's all I want to do is I want to make a little award show for all the pop girlies and they can perform, and I would have Addison would perform and Gaga would perform because they would all agree to perform because I would have so much money that they couldn't turn it down. I would have Addison and Gaga and Chappell and Sabrina and Charlie. Because that's what we need as a culture. We just need a night where just the pop girlies just reign. And that's what the VMAs could have been, and that's what they once were, and now they're just not. And there's nothing to replace it. And I'm sad all the time. Anyway. Honorary pop girly. Last time I did two. I did Pedro Pascal as a runner-up, and then I did Black Pearl, the therapy horse, as the winner. I don't know that for the future I'm going to continue doing runner-ups and regular winners, but this time it just sort of happened where I was like, you know what, there's two people who I want to celebrate right now, one more than the other. But one I do want to give a little shout out to. So we do have another runner-up this time. Just to celebrate an accomplishment. So the Lo-Fi Girl. Apparently she graduated. She was doing all the time studying and now she's graduated. I don't know if she has a name. She's just the Lo-Fi Girl. I guess they posted something on their TikTok, which...
Finally, finished with all my homework. I don't know what I learned, but I know I'm done learning.
So that's cute. They've continued. She's still the Lo-Fi channel is still there, so I don't really know what that means. And I did not expect this young lady to sound like this. But we love celebrating women getting degrees. So congratulations to her. Congratulations to the Lo-Fi Girl. And then our other honorary pop girly. This one, I teared up a little when I was putting this one on. This is someone who I've had issues with before. Haven't always agreed with this individual's decisions. Especially as of recent, haven't always been very happy with how things around them are going. But they are still a person who means a lot to me and a lot to a lot of other people as well. And they are an icon, no matter what they do and no matter what they fuck up. So our honorary pop girly this week is Carrie Bradshaw. Now, if you haven't been keeping up with the exploits of Carrie Bradshaw in the HBO remake, the HBO Max remake of Sex and the City, or not remake, but like, what would it be called? Whatever, like the sequel series, and Just Like That. And Just Like That has just sucked the whole time. It really is a travesty. I don't want to mourn its ending because it was like a full insult to the legacy of Sex and the City. And I haven't watched all, reboot, that was the word I was looking for. I haven't watched all of it. I've seen like some episodes, and every moment that I watched, I hated. I just hated it. I thought it was terrible. But I do love Sex and the City, and I love Carrie Bradshaw. Even when I'm frustrated with her, especially when I'm frustrated with her. And it makes me incredibly sad to think that the franchise is ending with this, you know? And Just Like That has like one more episode left. And then that's it for the franchise for the time being. I'm sure that it'll come back at some point. It always comes back. But it is just, it's a bummer to me because I want the show, I want the legacy of the show to be celebrated in a way that makes sense. And so I'm really, really bummed that And Just Like Us is ending on the note that it's ending on. I have heard that the last few episodes have been kind of good. So that sucks even more that it's like, oh, they were starting to like get their shit back together and now it's gone. But the thing that like really got me choked up was this tribute that Sarah Jessica Parker posted for the character on her Instagram. And I want to play that because I like really started to tear up and I was really sad. I have to refresh it because...
Streets, avenues, Rubicons, so it seemed. She broke hearts, heels, habits. She loved, lost, won, tripped, leaped, fell short and into puddles. She aged, got wiser. She has made the hardest, worst, and best decisions. Traveled near and far for the new, the vintage, friends, and love. Changed homes, time zones, boyfriends, her mind, her shoes, her hair, but never her love and devotion to New York City. She had dates, drinks, boyfriends, a husband, and truly great loves and romances. She hailed cabs, she ran in heels, and danced with Stanford. She told the truth, and she lied. She typed, wondered, wrote, published, grieved, forgave, got stood up, stood strong, stood out. She devoted herself to hats, books, shoes, friends, and the promise of a new day in her beloved city and the people she treasured most. She has worn shame, pride, honor, optimism, and literally countless dresses, skirts, and tutus, held on to hands, hopes, and the very best of people. Miranda, Samantha, and Charlotte, there will never be better friends. And what great fortune for Carrie to come to know and love Seema and LTW, most divine new connections. Carrie Bradshaw has dominated my professional heartbeat for 27 years. I think I have loved her most of all. She crossed streets, avenues,
Makes me so sad. Have I watched Mike's watch through? No, I haven't, but I should. I haven't seen the second movie, because it looked racist as fuck. I was like, I'm not watching that. But the first one is like, whatever. It's fine. Yeah, just really, it's such a bummer to me. But, you know, the thing that I do think is really special about Sex and the City and, like, part of what it kind of means to me. It's like, I watched it for the first time when I was in high school. And then I've rewatched it quite a few times. But one of the most recent times was like mid-20s. And something that I really got out of it was, you know, like, as a woman, you kind of get told, if not explicitly, just implicitly through our culture, that, like, your worth stops at a certain age. You know, your life just kind of stops mattering after you're in, like, your 20s and early 30s or whatever. Especially through media, because you don't get to see women of a certain age having the same kind of, like, there's just not the same sort of interest in covering women's stories past, like, 29. And so, you know, mid-20s when I was watching Sex and the City and feeling like I didn't have my life together at all, and, like, just this impending thing of, like, shit, once I'm 30, I don't matter anymore. And then watching Sex and the City and seeing women who were, like, in their mid to late 30s and then early 40s getting to be messy and getting to have, like, plot lines that were treated with the same sort of significance that, like, a younger character would have their plot lines treated. It, like, really did make a difference in how I thought about myself and, like, my worth as a woman who is aging, as we are all aging all the time. And it helped me, like, really put into perspective that, like, no, your life doesn't end at 29 or whatever. And I'm 29 right now, so. And so I do think that that's the thing that is, like, kind of special about Sex and the City, where it's like they can come back at any time. You know? Carrie Bradshaw's stories will still matter when she's 60 and 70 and beyond. It will matter the whole time. You can't really age out of it. You can't age out of mattering. So, I do hope that Sex and the City comes back one day. I hope it's a lot better than it was with this last iteration and also the movie before that. And I hope that they give Carrie and those characters the respect they deserve. It is sort of ironic, too, that it's like this tribute that Sarah Jessica Parker just gave Carrie is so much more moving and meaningful than the tribute they've been giving Carrie for the last, like, 2 or 3 years with the actual TV show, but whatever. I didn't even watch the show and I'm still sad that it's ending. I think, too, the thing that sucks about it is, like, the fact that it's ending not necessarily on their terms. That it's just being canceled because it sucked. It's just not really what the original show deserves for their legacy. It's just getting canceled. But I guess they should have thought of that before they made such a terrible show. Maybe if they had made a better show, this wouldn't be happening. But anyway, that's it. That's our stream for the day. That's our honorary pop girly. Fuck the VMAs. Thank you all for joining. I guess next time we'll tackle the Hayley Williams Paramore lore. And other than that, I'll just be around. I'll be on social media. I'll be doing my thing, bitching and complaining elsewhere. Thanks for joining, everybody. Fuck the VMAs. Long live Pop Girly Bracket 2025.